It's Florida, folks, and that means big bass. We've got 93 anglers in the field buying for $50,000.
Stop number 6, Kissimmee chain of lakes. Look, there's going to be some big bags weighed in here. We've seen a lot of boats fishing current. Which lake is hot and which lake is not? Caught up with Gary Atkins. He's our Angler of the Year leader right now in the points. That's a huge task to win Angler of the Year in any circuit that you fish. Day one's come to a close for us.
Stop number 6 of the NPFL here at Kissimmee Chain. The Way Live tracker was lighting up big time.
There's the boom right there for Michael Cat. Patrick Walters. 21 pounds even for Patrick Walters. Let's see some fish. 19 pounds and 12 ounces. Taylor Watson. 23 pounds and 12 ounces for Taylor. 18 pounds even for Dustin. 20 pounds and 15 ounces. Let's see some fish. 20 pounds and 15 ounces for Michael Cat. 20 pounds and 12 ounces. How about it for Ron Johnson? There's the move right there. Check it out, folks. A beautiful bass. 23-13 to take the lead. Yes, sir. 26 pounds and 3 ounces for Ron Johnson. It's stop number 6 of the NPFL.
Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to the finale stop number 6 of the National Professional Fishing League from the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes, Kissimmee, Florida. And as you just saw right there, the bigs came out to play on this legendary record-breaking fishery in Central Florida. I'm Luke Duncan. Today I'm joined by my man Fat Cap Newton in studio and James Worldwide Watson on the water to bring you all the action in this final event. Somebody's going to take home the Progressive Angler of the Year Golden Shield this week, and then we're going to crown a champion on Showdown Saturday tomorrow. Fat Cat, a lot of unknowns coming into this event. Most professional tournament trails, when they come to Florida, they do it in the early part of the year, January, February, March, because the rest of the country's frozen, and you like to go get a little tan and try to catch some big bass. So when this one came on the schedule, we've talked about this a lot, we knew it was kind of dicey, right? Fall fishing is, in the South, you never know, but the boys showed out yesterday.
Oh, dude, it's going to be a behemoth beatdown, and you were saying, yeah, here at the NPFL, we like to do things a little different.
Scheduling wise.
Oh, in general, we like to just see where the dice may fall. Yeah, exactly, and that is something we're pretty good at doing. We keep ourselves on our toes a lot of times. This tournament, though, is a very, very pleasant surprise. Like you said, man, it's kind of skeptical early in the season, seeing this come out. Man, a tournament this late in the year in Florida, what's it going to be? Not a lot of analytics to go by per se. Right. Hey, 26 pounds, 23 pounds, 20 pounds, 20 pound, 12 ounces, 20 pound, 15. Dude, behemoths for day 7-pounders, 6-pounders. It is a tournament. It is the one that we want to go out with.
No doubt about it. Absolutely. And this schedule has been diverse all year long. Who wins Progressive AOY this week? We've said all year they're going to earn it because we've started the year in a flooded Kentucky, might as well have been a cow pasture, right? We were up in the woods there at Lake Cumberland. We're going to end with these big bags down in Florida. And I think I was talking to some of our anglers last night. One of the reasons that these fish, the weights are so consistent through the field versus some of the tournaments you see in the spring down here. I mean, these weights, if you compare them to, say, February on Toho, throughout the field, it's really consistent. Talking to some of our anglers, these fish are really grouped up. They're chasing shad, and they're so grouped up. An interesting storyline that we're going to get into a lot today is something we don't see a lot in professional fishing. Our number 1 and number 2 guy, they're on top of each other. They're playing bumper boats a little bit. A 26-pound bag and a 23-pound bag virtually coming off at the same spot yesterday. It's going to be a little interesting.
And we'll get into it here shortly about just how they decided to fish beside each other, because it didn't start out all high-fiving and fist bumping. There had to be a little persuasion.
A lot of nerves.
Yeah. One of them was playing checkers, the other was playing chess.
That's right.
We'll get into that here coming up, but it's going to be interesting, man, to see how that goes. And not only first and second, but like you said, even the top five, we got some other guys sharing some holes. And it seems like, man, the high water level, you know.
After this hurricane, yeah.
The hurricane definitely, you know, it's
changed this fishery.
It did,
sure.
man. And with that water level steadily dropping, it's got that current steadily going. But as that water level drops, that current is starting to ease up in certain places, which as it goes on could also spread those fish out. But as of right now, they're kind of wadded up in certain areas.
Kind of stacked up in certain places. I made a post before this event and I said, I can promise you big bass and drama. I just didn't know how much drama that potentially we had. But one thing's for sure, that Angler of the Year race is tightening up a little bit. We're going to get to that. But let's take a look at that top 10 leaderboard from yesterday. We had a lot of big bags come in. We're going to show you that right now here on day 2. There's a look at those beautiful shields. The one on the left, of course, is going to go to the winner of this event, and that golden shield to the Progressive Angler of the Year. But Ron Johnson on top yesterday, 26 pounds, 3 ounces. Someone that is not unfamiliar with being close to the top of the leaderboard, Mr. Taylor Watkins, Taylor Van Dam, as I called him last night. He has been on a roll for the last 2 years and potentially could go down in the history books this week here with the NPFL in this finale as a 3-time champion and potential Angler of the Year. Taylor Watkins, the Tennessee angler. Patrick Walters, another guy that is new to the league this year, not new to professional bass fishing at all. He is a monster, and he has proved to be that here in the league this year. Michael Catt, Florida angler, been kind of quiet this year, but dropped it on them yesterday at that drive-through weigh-in. Trent Palmer, the Georgia angler, narrowly misses winning at Saginaw Bay. Right there in the mix at Sandusky, this guy catches them, and he and Patrick Walters are roommates, sharing areas, sharing info. I don't know where their boy Justin Kimmel's at, though. I think they left him out of the party there. I got to get that in there. Jake Boomer bringing the boom in 6th place. Daryl Davis, a veteran Florida pro. Bryant Smith, newly qualified for the Bassmaster Elite Series as well. Congratulations to Bryant.
On a roll.
19-7. Not a shocker there with Bryant. Super consistent. Dan Blackert just coming off of a top 10 at Sandusky. And Taylor Umlin, another guy that had a top 10 at Sandusky, rounding out that top 10 going into day 2. And we're going to take a look at the Progressive AOY. So coming into this event, there's a pretty big gap between first and second, but it's really been a 2-man race most of the season between Gary Atkins and Timmy Reams. Well, yesterday, Timmy had a subpar day for him and is down around 50th. So this is the unofficial standings after day 1, but if it were to end right now, this is how it would look. Gary Atkins still on top, but Taylor Watkins closed that gap. Needs Gary to slip a little bit, though, B.
He needs him to stub his toe, and I just don't know that Gary has it in him. I think Gary's got the hammer down, and he ain't going to let up. He's got confidence down here. He has history down here.
Great day 1.
Great day 1. Came into this event with a lot of momentum, and it's going to be hard to get that Progressive AOY out of reach for Gary Atkins.
No doubt about it. He's been putting him on the Atkins diet all year long. But Taylor is 23 points back, but he's in 2nd place. He's got to have Gary slip. He can't gain very many more places and points, obviously. So that's kind of the scenario. John Hookup sliding into 3rd. He came into the event in 5th. Timmy Reams falling back to 4th. Bryant Smith moving up to 5th from 7th. Sheldon Collins came into the event in 6th in AOY and remained there yesterday. Had a good day 1. Taylor Umlin in 7th. Trent Palmer in 8th. Jeff Dobson and Logan Millsaps rounding out that top 10. And I'm looking over there at those winnings, and I'm like, hey, can a man borrow a $100 bill? Gary Atkins and Taylor Watkins. I mean, that is a great year right there for those guys. Absolutely great look there at that golden shield somebody's going to hoist. So you're just giving it to Gary. I'm putting you on the spot. You're just going to look at the folks at home. You're going to look at Taylor's family and just give it to them. That's what it sounds like.
Dude, listen.
He's not turning loose of it.
I think Gary has what it takes, man, to hold on to it. He's no stranger to being in this position. As far as he's been fishing a long time, he knows what it takes to win. He knows what it takes to hold on to it. He seems to have a cool head on his shoulders, not to get rattled very easy, because we did see Gary lose some giants earlier this year.
Yeah.
My goodness, but he was able to regain it and get back to where he needed to be. So, yeah, man, I don't foresee Gary slipping.
You know, and Gary, for me, it's not knowing Gary's very well coming into this season. He's known as a smallmouth guy. We knew that. But for me, it's really cool to see him be in the running for that progressive AOY because, dude, he called him at Cumberland because, I mean, Great Lakes smallmouth expert, Great Lakes smallmouth expert, Great Lakes smallmouth. That's what we heard about Gary, and he's proven to be that. But, dude, he's called him everywhere we've been. Lays his foot on the gas. I'll give you that. He's obviously got the best chance, but Taylor Watkins is one of the hottest anglers in this country other than Gary. And those two duking it out, man, not to mention John Soka. John, just points-wise, John's a pretty good ways back.
Right.
But these guys duking it out, there's always a potential for drama. And with our entire field fishing all 3 days, they've got to catch them today and tomorrow, Gary or Taylor. Never know what can
I will
happen
say, though,
here
that if
with
there was
the
one
NPFL.
guy that I wouldn't want chasing me down, it would be Taylor Watkins.
I talked to Taylor
He seems to
last
find
night.
him, man. We saw what he did
Man.
at Cumberland, dude. He was the one that found him at Cumberland. He blew the competition away by, 6-7 pounds.
Massive bag.
Crazy. And, we saw what he did at Saginaw. Like, it's just, at Sandusky,
Came really close there at Sandusky. And his confidence, talking to him last night, Taylor is absolutely over the moon confident right now. And that's a very scary guy to be behind you in second place. And Gary Atkins knows that for sure. It was funny. Ron Johnson was telling us that in practice, he saw Taylor in the general area where this magic sweet spot is. And he said his wife was practicing with him, and he told her, he's like, if anybody else is going to find those fish, it'll probably be Taylor. And turns out they're sitting there 1 and 2. One thing's for sure, we're going to see more Florida magic. That's what Central Florida is known for. Normally families go there. It's the happiest, magical place on earth. But for bass fishing, it is a mecca. It is somewhere you want to be. And looks like it's a place to be in November. When we get back from our commercial break, we are going to check in with all of our anglers. We're covering the top 5 today. We're going to be with you until 2 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to try to keep you away from James Watson as much as we can. That's fair to say, right?
We'll do y'all a favor.
We're going to do y'all a favor, but James Worldwide Watson will be out on the water chasing down the goings-on down on this record-breaking fishery, the Kissimmee chain. We'll see you guys on the other side for live action from Central Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Here we go, your first look out on the Kissimmee chain. Trent Palmer, the Georgia angler, electronic specialist. We caught up with Trent this morning on his way out to talk about those top 5 jitters, and I'm sure at this point he doesn't really have any. He's fishing with a lot of confidence right now. Georgia's Trent Palmer.
Yeah, so had a pretty good practice, kind of dialed in 3 main patterns that we'll probably only narrow in on 2 of them. Pretty much got a pattern between fishing offshore grass with top water and a jerkbait. Originally my starting hole is down lake, which has been getting hit by wind pretty bad, so we're probably not going to hit that this morning just because of the wind kind of turning up the bottom, dirtying up the water. We're going to go to my secondary area where I caught my 6-pounder yesterday, so kind of figure this bite throughout practice. I'm hoping that we can expand on it today. Spent a lot of time yesterday just trying to learn my areas and figure out where fish are and where they're not. Had a pretty good day, obviously had almost 21 pounds. Hopefully that we can get on something a little bigger today, or most importantly, just get fish in the boat today. So caught a lot of fish yesterday, so hopefully we can catch a bunch today too.
Stuff from Trent Palmer there, and it's no surprise, Fat Cat, to see him offshore. He loves looking at those graphs. He loves forward-facing sonar. Definitely an expert with it.
We'll give this area probably about 10-15 more minutes. This isn't where I started yesterday, but I did catch a big one here yesterday and several big ones in practice, so decided to start here because it's a little more wind protected than my primary area down lake that I'm a little worried's gotten muddy from the wind. So don't really know how these fish are going to react to the wind, so we'll figure it out as we go.
It's one thing about these Florida lakes being as shallow as they are.
But yesterday morning was fun.
The wind can certainly wreak havoc, change the water color. These fish are known for. Florida bass love to be able to see. They love that clarity. And just a little bit of silt gets in an area, it can really shut down the bite. I don't think the fish necessarily leave, but it can definitely hinder you, and that's what Trent's referring to there. You can see it's blowing a little bit today.
Oh yeah, she's talking.
You see those slick areas behind him there, that's the hydrilla coming to the top and trying to mat out, and he's fishing the lanes, the outside edge of that hydrilla, and kind of the lanes or ditches in between where the grass doesn't come up as high. You can see a lot of other anglers.
Bobby
like
up
that
there,
area as
Floyd,
well.
Garrett.
I believe Walters is in this area as well. Yeah, I think that's Patty Walt over his shoulder there.
Okay.
can see Trent there. Going to make a change. You can see Patrick over his shoulder, and we're gonna jump over to Patrick's boat. Check in with Coach Walters himself. Something that we've come to expect from Patrick, a little jerk bait in his hand, no surprise there, and staring at that live scope.
At that grab.
We called up with Mr. Walters this morning at Big Toho Marina, South Carolina's Patrick Walters.
All right, y'all. We got 1 minute till blast off. We're doing a 345 today. It's day 2 here on the Kissimmee chain. We're sitting on Lake Toho, going to a Big Toho Marina. Hey, we got some wind today, good conditions. It's day 2. This is stop number 6. Last stop of the year. I mean, it's the fall. It's November. Hey, deer are moving, ducks are starting to fly, and the fish are still biting. So hey, we're going fishing today, day 2. We're sitting in 3rd place right now. Hey, the goal today, just have fun and go fishing and see what happens. Hey, we got nothing on the line. We ain't worried about nothing. We're just gonna go crack them and just enjoy the day. Y'all stay tuned.
He's classified as a bad man, you know. Now his mind is drifting to deer a little bit. Last night,
who's hitting right now?
That's right.
What are we doing?
First week in November, it's
They're
time.
rutting in my house. They're rutting right now. He was talking about it yesterday on stage. He's ready to go shoot something, but he's trying to win this tournament before he heads
He'd
back
like
to the
to
house.
do it with another Shield this year, become a 2-time champ. Of course, the winner at Watts Bar Lake earlier this year, Patrick Walters. Top 10 in the Bassmaster Elite Series Angler of the Year race this year as well. If he gets around one, it tends to get caught.
No doubt.
I think we're going to look at some highlights from Patrick this morning before we went live doing work out on Lake Toho.
Get it started.
He's top water action this morning.
Thought it was like a 6er. Be number 1. Hey, slow and steady. Slow and steady.
Back out live with Mr. Walters.
He's underneath it. These are good ones too. Holy smokes.
Good morning update, everybody.
All right, y'all. It is 8:23. We got 2 in the box so far. Hasn't been lights out yet, but the fish are still in here. Can't really get on the sweet spot this morning. Somebody's sitting on it. But we're just kind of fishing around, catching a couple fish. They're a little different than yesterday. And I mean, that's to be expected. We got different conditions, a little more wind. They're in here though. I think we're seeing some really good activity. I feel pretty good about it. We're just kind of fishing slow right this second, but we need to kind of turn the gas on and see if we can start catching them.
Nice.
Little guy, but they're in there.
Patrick Walters turning the gas on.
Don't trust him. But we can keep like this. Like I said, we're just going to play the numbers game, catch as many fish as we can possibly catch today. Got them right there in the fin. There's some big ones in this area that I'm looking at right now. I really do like what I'm seeing. We just gotta, them big ones are smart, but they're just so keyed in on a certain size bait, you just gotta match what they're feeding on.
Patrick and his roommate Trent Palmer both staying close, fairly close to the ramp at Big Toho Marina. the other guys will be covering
on it
today, and
right
our
now.
top 5 all making that run to Kissimmee,
they're
so they
big.
had the lock time
They're
this
getting
morning.
so close to eating it, they're just not committing.
Be a little bit before we get to check in with Ron Johnson and Taylor Watkins.
Got to figure out the cadence or the bait, one of the two. I think it's cadence is what I'm messing up on more than anything.
I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't expecting to see a jerkbait first thing in the morning. Putting them in the boat though. I mean, Florida, I'm thinking top water, some speed worming, some punching, flipping, which I'm sure we will. Like you were saying earlier, no doubt we're watching P-Walt look at that graph and
Throw a jerkbait.
throw a jerkbait.
We saw him at Lake Fork in the Bassmaster Elite Series 2 seasons ago. Hooked up.
Ooh.
Not that big. Not bad though. Fat bugger, isn't he? That's why he was showing so good on return. His belly's so big. Oh my gosh. You think they've been eating or what? Think they've been eating or what? This will give us 3. Hey. Can't catch a big bag without catching a limit. Oh God.
Walter's on a little bit of a roll this
He was
morning.
girthy though. Little fella was girthy. There's my baby
You know, we're
picture.
just kind of slowly dialing things in. Just take some time. Figure out what they want. Where are they setting up at? I'm using 18 pound. I'm using 17 pound actually. Suffix Advanced Fluorocarbon. 7-foot medium heavy rod. You gotta use a little bit fatter rod in this grass. You gotta get them out of here. That one other jerkbait I was on, I got 5 or 6 jerkbaits tied on. Each one's different line. I got them 20 to 17 to 12 to 10 for action and depth. And so you really got to find out which one they're going to eat. Sometimes it's a depth, sometimes it's color, sometimes it's just cadence. That's what you got to figure out every day.
I believe that was a bass tank breakdown. Great stuff from Patrick. And, you know, a lot of people have questioned, why do these guys have so many rods on the deck? And you heard it there. He's looking at these fish on the forward-facing sonar, and he's got 5, 6 different jerkbaits tied to different lines to run deeper depths. He can get more aggressive. He talked about the rod he's using there, using a little stiffer rod than he normally does with a jerkbait to get him out of the grass. But he said it's either color or cadence, and cadence meaning obviously how he works the jerkbait. So great stuff from Coach Walters. There's a reason he's the coach other than the shorts.
It makes my head hurt. Just that you got 5 different jerkbait setups.
Hey, but fishing's just luck.
In
A lot of
Florida.
casual
Yeah,
folks
yeah.
look, but that guy's dialed in. Speaking of dialed in, getting word that our man of the hour, Mr. Ron Johnson, dropping 26 pounds at that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough yesterday, has reached Lake Kissimmee. We're going to check in with Ron right now. Little bumpy on Kissimmee this morning.
Yeah.
We caught up with Ron this morning at Big Toho Marina to get his thoughts on leading the National Professional Fishing League. Ron Johnson.
All right, it's a Black Rifle Coffee Blast Off 25. That's the code. You unlocked the code yesterday. You're leading this tournament with a big sack of bass, 26 pounds. You're from the UP. You're used to this grass out here. How was it yesterday? Did you fish a pattern or a spot?
It was an awesome day. Probably one of the best single days I've had of largemouth fishing, to be honest with you. I mean, I think I caught about 50 fish yesterday. I did have a few spots to rotate through. My first spot is a real settled area that I'm fishing, sharing with Taylor Watkins. And it's producing, but those fish move pretty quickly. And then from there, I'm kind of running and gunning to a bunch of different spots in that same area. So we're going to see if it holds up today because we're expecting a lot of wind. It's going to change everything.
All right, there you go. Ron Johnson, he's leading this deal. Black Rifle Coffee. Hang on, Ron.
There you go.
Tell you, chug that. You're going to catch 29 pounds today.
I'll be jacked.
Watson trying to get him all jittery this morning on that Black Rifle coffee. I'm sure he didn't need any Black Rifle to get out of bed this morning. Ron's ready to go.
Absolutely.
Something that's kind of the overwhelming theme so far back at is offshore, offshore, offshore.
Yeah, dude. And the wind.
Morning, Ron. How's it going?
So far, good news, we made it in one piece down here. You know, it took us about an hour to get down here. We left at about 7:30. I'm down in Kissimmee Lake, and to the viewers, they're probably seeing, hey, there's a fish. But
Let's go.
it's looking a little bit more like Lake Erie, and that one is coming in. Let's see. Doesn't feel giant, but we're gonna start off that way. How's that for a first fish? Well, you couldn't have teed that up any better now. Come on.
Well,
we
we're
have
experts
a
here,
12-inch minimum here. This is one that obviously we want to call, but as you can see, it's a little rocky out here. And I'm just going to throw this on a quick call tag. I don't even necessarily know that I need to measure that fish or weigh it, I mean. But so we are in the morning spot that I've started at the last couple of mornings. And instead of Lake Kissimmee, this is looking more like Lake Erie out here. So it really has me nervous about, you know, how many fish are going to be here, if it's going to be as productive. I think, you know, I made about 6 casts already, and yesterday at 6 casts, I had 6 fish. So I'm expecting it to be a little bit different today, just because of the wind and the conditions we have to deal with. In Florida, anytime you get a little bit of a cold front, these fish will, you know, get a little bit tougher. So I'm seeing some fish out here on the bottom, not as thick as I did yesterday morning, but we're just gonna have to go extra slow. And what I mean by a cold front is this particular area, when I had found it in practice, the water temperatures were almost 89 to 90 degrees. And this morning, the temperature is 78. So we had some rain the night before last. And then last night it got really windy out here, cooled the water temperatures down. And, you know, I'm not a Florida guy, so I'm going to have to adjust on the fly with this. I obviously was hoping there's going to be a few fish here, which apparently there is. But I don't know, with the winds expected today to gust up to 25, possibly. This area here could get blown out real quick. And then we're going to have to totally abandon this side of the lake, which is where most of my fish are at. And we may end up going a little on the north side and just have to go fishing. But if I can get a good limit here before 9, 10 o'clock when these fish tend to leave, I'll at least kind of calm the nerves a little bit. Yesterday having a magical day of, you know, I must have caught 40, 50 fish yesterday, and had 26 pounds, 26.3 with a 712 kicker, and that was bouncing around in this area probably within a mile. And it was pretty special, I gotta admit. Probably one of the best largemouth days I've ever had. And then we're gonna have another angler here with us in a minute, Taylor Watkins. I'm on a real special spot, which I had originally thought there ain't anybody in the world that's gonna find it, because it's not a shell bed, it's not anything real special about it. I just happened to graph and got lucky and happened to see a couple fish on the bottom, did a turn and just got up and started casting. And you know, a lot of times in this shallow water, you start driving, these fish push away or they glue right to the bottom, and a lot of times you just don't see them because of the grass or vegetation that's around. And when I turned around and put my active target in the water, I couldn't believe the amount of fish that were around me. And so that's why I had figured it'd be the only place on this lake that I'd have to myself, and there ain't a person that would find it. But when you got a guy who's in contention, the Angler of the Year, who's a straight up stud on the water, it was no shocker yesterday. We were both on the same body of water. I should say not only the same lake, but on the exact same spot. And there he is.
Who is that?
That's Taylor Watkins.
Doggone it. We need to go over there?
We could have saved some cameras today. Just
Yeah, no doubt.
Or just these guys could have saved gas and just fished together.
Yeah,
they're all piled up on top of each other, which speaks to what Patrick Walters was telling us last night. These fish are really grouped up. They're not roaming around. You know, in springtime events in Florida, obviously it's pre-spawn, spawn, and the fish are moving constantly. But what we're seeing this week is they're just really grouped up. They're focused on bait fish, getting ready for winter, which rarely comes to Florida. But as the days get shorter, these fish, they go through the motions like fish do in the rest of the country.
There are a few rough spots here. Once in a while, I will actually feel a few shells, but they can't be more than, maybe a 6 to 8 foot circle of shells, and then you're right back to just sand. And the reason why these fish, I think, are utilizing this area is there's an actual channel right here behind me. And it's kind of the natural current of the lake wants to come here, and on both sides we've got Kissimmee grass and lily pads. So I think these fish like to set up on it. They have some natural current here. They've been chasing bait out in the open water, and then they can pull right up into this grass if they need to. And that may be what they do today. I'm obviously throwing a Carolina rig. We'll get into that up and a little bit more details about that stuff a little bit later.
Oh, you did a little tight lip this morning.
He's trying to get 5 in the box. I don't have time for Luke and Fat Cat this morning.
Yesterday, first thing in the morning, you'd really pan around in any direction you wanted to cast. You were going to see some fish.
Talking to Ron and Taylor, this spot yesterday and in practice was just magical.
A lot more scarce.
A little water over the bow.
But with these events being 3-day events, they're not 1-day events.
Just gonna have to move around a little bit and look for them.
Conditions are gonna change. You have to adjust. And looking at Ron here, drops a 26-pound stringer. And we've seen that in the past in Florida events. Hooked up.
Got one there. Not a big one, but hey, it's a fish.
Keeper number 2.
I don't think I caught more than about 5 this size all day yesterday.
A lot of times we see a guy drop a big stringer on day 1, and in Florida the weights can go down over time. I don't know, in the springtime events it's that way. I don't know if that'll be the case, because you had so many guys over that 19-pound mark yesterday. I think you're going to have to stand on it.
I agree.
Even with that 26-pound massive bag, it's not like when we were Siller the Thriller, when he wins at Sandusky, drops 26 pounds of smallies the first day. That's not easy to do. There's not a lot of those 26-pound bags getting weighed in, but in Florida, any swing of the bat can be a 10-pounder down here. Those 25 to 30-pound stringers swim around every corner down here, basically.
So the bait that I've been getting majority of my fish on, I'll probably show this a few times a day, it's a Zoom Ultra Vibe Speed Worm, and this is in June bug color. With these fish, I just put a little extra fish attractant. This is a bait mate fish attractant I like to put on there just to, man, I think every little bit's gonna help today. So extra scent, get them down there, stiffen this sucker out, make it too irresistible for them not to eat it.
That's speed worm.
Some of the problems we're gonna have today.
Florida staples.
You can see is cast Carolina rig into the wind. I'm trying to sidearm that to keep the trajectory lower, but what happens is you got that Carolina rig out there boomerang in the wind as you're roll casting it or just making a traditional cast. So I promise you, that ain't gonna be the last time you see a little bit of a backlash going on today.
Bet you can get that speed worm at Fisherman Central.
Hey, that's right.
FishermanCentral.com here of the league. And from Ron Johnson, we're going to go all the way back up to Toho, Trent Palmer. Started the day in 5th place. Just shy of 21 pounds. His roommate Patrick Walters got him by an ounce. I'm sure Patrick let him know that.
There's one.
There we go.
Almost hooked up. No, one of those infamous pickerel that roam around down in, I mean, those toothy critters are everywhere.
They'll hurt your feelings real quick.
Wrong Fish Friday. From Trent Palmer, we're going to go back down to Kissimmee to Ron Johnson's neighbor and the guy trying to run down Gary Atkins and Ron Johnson to win 2 trophies this week, Tennessee's Taylor Watkins.
Bat the hook out.
Getting a little bumpy like we saw from Ron's boat. Down on the big pond, Kissimmee, the biggest lake on the chain. We caught up with Taylor this morning at Big Toho Marina on his way out to try to chase down these trophies. Tennessee's Taylor Watkins.
What's up, guys? Day 2, Lake Toho. Man, we had a good first day. I don't know what today holds. It's a different day. We're gonna have a little more wind today. Me and the guy in first place, Ron, are sharing the same spot first thing in the morning, and then we're kind of both separating and going and doing our own deal. So it's gonna be an interesting tournament. I've never had to do anything like this before, but we're using live scope in the morning, looking at them, throwing to them, fun way to catch them, and then kind of go into the Kissimmee grass after that and kind of hunkering in. So looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun day. Y'all stick around, stay tuned. Thank you to Bass Boat Electronics, Baitworks, Pro Guide Batteries. Pro Guide Batteries, man, they've been phenomenal all year. So we appreciate it. Thank you to all those guys. Y'all support those guys, and yeah, keep up with us the rest of the day.
Spoken like a true pro, boy.
Yeah, he got it in. Got to get it in, man. I love it. Got to take care of the folks that take care of you out here.
Right.
So, very important.
We just got to our first spot, and it's a little bumpy. Was kind of afraid of this morning on the way down here, but fish are kind of scattered. They're not grouped up like they were yesterday morning, but we're gonna try and make the best of it. Look around a little bit, give it a shot anyways, and see if we can't pick up 1 or 2, and then we may have to make some changes and just run around and fish by the seat of our pants and hope for the best. I mean, that's what it's all about making adjustments. So looks like today we might have to be making some adjustments, and we'll try and do that. So stick with us, see how it goes.
Interesting in that is he said that Ron was telling him, and he actually said this on stage as well yesterday, that when he found this spot, he just hung around, kind of guarding it, trying to keep people from, you know, there are 2 methods to the madness sometimes in professional fishing, and when you find just a honey hole that's loaded up, Taylor said, man, I caught a 7-pounder and I got the heck out of there. Well, Ron, when he found it, he just hung around for a lot of time, and so he goes, man, Ron knows, he knows all their names, he knows. Oh, yeah. But you heard Ron say that earlier. They leave at 9 or 10 o'clock, then they come back in the afternoon. Taylor said last night he had a pretty good bag early from the spot, but then he culled a couple of times after he left here. He said when he left, Ron was still there, had 15 pounds. he comes back in the afternoon. Ron has done most of his damage on this spot after Taylor left, catches 26 pounds. So it's pretty neat to hear the different approaches to practice and then ultimately the event for these guys.
Like when you explained it to me, it's almost like Taylor had a little doubt in his voice too when Ron was like, yeah, they shut off at a certain time, then pick back up a little bit later, and Taylor's like, yeah, I've heard that before.
Mind games, right? Yeah.
Sure enough, comes back and
Ron's boat's leaning
got
sideways.
That, yeah, he had that fully loaded live well.
Well, just like Taylor got in those sponsor plugs, we've got to get in a few as well. We're going to check in with the fine sponsors that make this all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. And we'll see you guys back on the other side for more live action from the Kissimmee chain, Kissimmee, Florida.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's gonna fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's gonna fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Welcome back to Lake Kissimmee with Taylor Watkins, our second place pro, and second place in that Progressive Angler of the Year race after day one of the event. Bouncing around on Kissimmee, a big, big wind pushing in.
Had a good day yesterday, man. Coming to scales with 23.12. Weighing a big fish in at 6'9". So we're hearing about guys this morning talking about the wind. A little bit more wind than they expected. I think they were expecting it, but just where are the fish going to go? Are the fish going to stay there, just not bite? What's going to happen? Will this wind reposition them?
It very well could, because it creates a lot of current at times, but this fishery right now, after Hurricane Ian, it has some natural current in it as well because of the Kissimmee River and the flow that comes through the locks and through the canals. So a lot of things going on this fishery right now, to say the very least. But the biggest concern for me always in Florida with a big wind, I mean, obviously this open water, you have to worry about boat control and being able to feel your bait, things like that. But we mentioned it earlier with Trent Palmer, it's water clarity. When it pounds your area and is pushing all the way across the lake, it can stir up that silt and really change things up in a hurry, visibility-wise, which can shut those fish down. And that may be, Ron said, not seeing as many fish on the graph. They could have repositioned because of the wind current. They could be repositioned because the water clarity could be changing. Lots of things going on in Kissimmee. One thing's for sure, when you make an hour run to what you feel like is the promised land, and you get there and the trolling motor's coming out of the water, it can play some games between the ears. But I know Taylor, you can hear that frustration.
Yes, you can. Jang-a-lang, jang-a-lang. Hear that spinnerbait.
But I know Taylor, his two best fish did not come from this spot yesterday. That 6-pounder and another came on a secondary deal he's got going, which is not far from here. But he got off to a real fast start yesterday morning, so I think that's why you're hearing some of the frustration from him and Ron.
I do think, man, like next year, this is the final stop this year for National Professional Fishing League, but next year I do think we need to incorporate things when guys do get on the same spot to kind of see the battle, to see who actually gets it. Maybe I swear, dude, I will die on this hill. I want a steel cage match for different things. I want to be outside the box, and I think here at NPFL, man, we have what it takes to have a steel cage match.
Other than having the steel cage, we don't have it yet.
I know a guy. You know what I mean?
I have no doubt that you do. From your backyard wrestling days.
Yes.
From Taylor Watkins, we're going to get back over to Patrick Walters, who's sharing water, but in a friendly way. Trent Palmer, South Carolina's Coach Walters.
Would that be his name if he was a wrestler? You
He
called
would
him
be a
Coach
manager.
Walters?
Coach Walters. That's what Bradley Holloman calls him.
I thought you called him Poach Walters for taking Palmer's spot. I was like, dang, man, you going hard.
It'd be a pretty good play on words if he was encroaching on somebody.
Look a little tense this morning.
I see Patrick with the mustache and everything he's got going on. If this did turn into a wrestling situation, I feel like he's a manager. No offense, Pat. Yeah, he's a smooth talker, smooth operator. I see him being the.
So was Ric Flair.
He's the Ted DiBiase of this situation.
Okay. I could see him more George the Animal Steel biting a turnbuckle. Coming off a top rope. Uh-oh.
Hooked up.
Right at the boat.
That's a fatty. That'll make number 4.
I believe that's going to make 4.
We'll move them. We ain't got a big one yet. So.
What's that make it? Yeah, 4 fish for what now?
4 fish for probably 7-8 pounds. I mean, it's nickel and diamond, nickel and diamond.
Walter.
Good luck and get us a big bite here in a minute.
But you're seeing them.
Oh, I'm seeing more than I have been. And I think we can get them to bite. You just... We just got to find the right ones.
If that man gets dialed in, somebody's in
From
trouble.
Walters, we're going to jump over to the only guy in our top 5 we haven't got to catch up with yet, and that is Florida's Michael Catt.
Cousin of mine.
I bet he doesn't claim you. This is something right here I expected to see way more of coming into this event. With Hurricane Ian dumping a ton of rain in this area, I expected this canal bite, this current bite to really, really play more than it has for a lot of our guys. And so for Michael to be our only guy in the top 5 is kind of surprising for me. It's going to be fun to watch. But we were able to catch up with Michael. This is the first time we've had him on camera here in the league this year. We caught up with him this morning at Big Toho Marina. Michael Catt.
Good morning, guys. Michael Catt here. I'm feeling pretty confident, feel pretty good. I'm ready to get after this. Day 1 was pretty epic for me. I took a pretty good run and ran some different kind of things that were specific and timely, and it paid off. I didn't lose too many fish yesterday, and I feel like today's going to be another really good day for me. You know, the weather's right. We don't have much rain in the forecast. I don't think there's any rain in the forecast. It's going to play out, a little bit of wind, sunny skies, and hopefully we'll get back on them and catch another 20-pound bag today.
He certainly knows what he's doing. Very familiar with this area.
So what's happening here is, of course, it's a current break, and these fish are set up nose face first into these rocks, waiting for bait fish to come off, being pushed down by this current. Some of them, there's some big ones here. They're just, what I'm doing is literally cranking a really big crankbait, knocking them off the rocks, making it a deflection, and getting them to react. And that's how I was catching them here. Once that bait comes down and deflects off of it, it's like a natural bait just getting chased or hurt by the current, and it's just a reaction for those fish to eat. There's a lot of fish here. I feel like the main thing they're feeding on is a big gizzard shad or bluegill. Florida waters holds a lot of different baits. You know, we have all kinds of different shad, shiners. But I really think they're focused on this big gizzard shad.
Michael's ran all the way through Kissimmee.
We'll get them to bite soon.
A lot of men at Kissimmee there and into the
They're
Kissimmee
here.
River. Like I said,
Patience is the key to these fish.
you get a lot of bait in these areas, like he's mentioned in there, and when they've had as much water moving through the system as they have recently, it just positions the fish, positions the bait, a lot like we see on the Tennessee River below the dams and things like that, and it's not necessarily something that happens every day.
Actually made it down here pretty good time today. We didn't lose much time. I was here probably like 20 minutes earlier yesterday, so it's about the exact same time I caught my first fish was about now.
this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out for Michael right here. These
when they're ready to
places
eat,
can
they're going to
reload. Can certainly reload, and this could be a pattern to carry him through. Hopefully he's off to a little bit of a slow start. He hasn't been fishing too long there.
Sounds like he knows what he's talking about too.
No doubt about it.
Scary.
A lot of confidence from Michael, and I'm sure he's also got a lot of backup things to go to as well. As we enter the 9 o'clock hour, I'll take a look back at some of the morning's action for the Kissimmee Chain. Stop number 6, the finale of this 2022 season here in the National Professional Fishing League. Great look at that bump and grind there in the block. All of our anglers going down to Kissimmee this morning. Several of them. There's Trent Palmer. Oh. Great. Start of the day in 5th place, just an ounce off of 3rd. Ooh. Not what you want to see there. Heartbreak early for Trent Palmer. Our leader, Ron Johnson. 26 pounds
Not a
yesterday.
big one, but hey.
Slow and steady so far this morning, but putting a few fish in the boat. Coach Walters, no surprise.
Watching him throw that jerkbait this morning.
Alternating between several jerkbaits. He's telling us this morning, and seeing him catch one there on a top water, walking bait, spook action. Most of his damage coming on his pet, the jerkbait.
One of his 5 jerkbaits.
One of his 5 that.
Oh. Throwing them, what do you say, anywhere from 20-pound test down to 10-pound test, just trying to match what they're eating, match the hatch probably.
Changing depths up, changing cadences, changing colors. He's working through everything he can to get these fish to trigger. It's like we've seen several boats in the area, but also lots of bass. He says he's seeing more this morning than he has been.
He had one hook and he was dug in the grass like that. Look at that. That is what you call getting lucky.
Typically in Florida, you have the battle of consistency versus those big bags. Patrick with 21 pounds, but off the pace that Ron set by 5 pounds with that 26. But I'm telling you, if he can do anywhere close to what he did yesterday, I think you'll see things tighten up. Obviously, that's very much what we see a lot of the times in Florida. And in all tournaments, and welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios and Fat Cat fireworks already. We haven't seen one of those behemoths that you promised us, but we are very early here on day number 2. But conditions changing a little bit. We're seeing that wind pick up. Seeing Patrick Walters start to get more and more dialed in. He's saying he's seeing more fish. Our leaders are saying they're seeing less fish. How's it going to play out, you think?
That's scary for the rest of the guys. That's scary. If Pete Walt's seeing them, it's only a matter of time before he puts them in the boat.
That's right.
In my opinion. The dude's a threat no matter where he goes, what he does. Seems full of confidence. But the other guys kind of like, it seems like Ron Johnson, Taylor Watkins, they kind of had an idea that they read the forecast. They kind of knew what they were getting themselves into.
Coming, yeah.
They knew it was coming. So hopefully they can capitalize on those spots. But if not, like you were saying earlier, Taylor's got some other juice to hit. Ron's got some other juice to hit. A little bit slower start, but we still have a long day ahead of us tomorrow as well.
No.
They didn't disappear. You know, Big Belly Kelly's still lurking out there waiting to climb on, so it's going to be a good tournament.
Without a doubt, and the story, as always, is consistency. You got to be consistent over 3 days. We have no cuts here. We don't cut weights to zero, anything like that. It's your best 15 bass takes home the shield. So anything can happen. We got a lot of fishing left today. We're going to take a look at our unofficial Weigh Live Tracker leaderboard. We strongly encourage, like Fat Cat was talking about the steel cage match, we put them in a headlock. Brad Fuller does, all the anglers there at the drive-through weigh-in to enter their weights into the Weigh Live Tracker app. And right now, Dustin Smith unofficially on top with 28 pounds even. But I don't believe Ron has entered his fish there, because we've seen Ron catch a couple nice keepers this morning. So I think Ron's going to be up there. Taylor Watkins still with his day one weight in third place. Josh Teat making a jump this morning. Dan Blackert climbing up at that leaderboard in fifth place. Patrick Walters, who never enters his weight into Weigh Live. Coach Walters, we stay on him about that. So I would say Patrick is going to be more towards the top of that leaderboard as well. Michael Catt, Trent Palmer, Jake Boomer, Daryl Davis rounding out that unofficial top 10. Of course, cell phone service spotty in a lot of areas here out on the Kissimmee chain of lakes. And so they have to have that to enter these weights. We'll give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt in this beat down Mounts Weigh Live Tracker. You're frustrated, though.
Dude, hey, listen, this is the last event of the year. I want to see some daggone weights in there. I want to see that beat down Mounts Weigh Live Tracker lit up.
No doubt about it.
Light up, Bobby.
Can we talk to Watson about this, get him to be the muscle?
Watson ain't doing it. He's out there bebopping and flip-flopping.
One thing's for sure, that's going to change a lot between now and that drive-through weigh-in at Big Toho Marina with Big Al McCullough on the mic this afternoon. We can tell you one thing, you better keep watching, stay tuned, because I think yesterday that afternoon bite was really good. After lunch, they seemed like those bigs really bit. I know that's when Ron caught one of his best fish. So we're going to get back out on the water, I believe, with a little boat-to-boat action. Maybe we've caught up with our Angler of the Year leader? Ooh. Word of that. Gary Atkins, of course, the Wisconsin pro, foot on the gas in the Progressive Angler of the Year race. It's a little boat to boat here.
Gary Atkins trying to see if they're on the Atkins diet. Down there in Florida.
16 pounds yesterday. Had him in the top 20. Comfortably hanging around that lead. Taylor Watkins 23 points behind him.
Yeah. That's half of the twin visuals in there with him. Is that Tanner or Travis? What do you think? It's hard to tell from behind. Them short shorts, I'm saying Trav. I don't know. Look, he's pulling them down. Hey, don't get self-conscious, man. Show that sweet meat off. Come on. You young in your prime, boy. Atta boy.
Yeah, get out of the shot. You of all people should understand that.
Man, we're about to conclude our second season here at NPFL, man. And one of the biggest parts of us, what helps us, makes us look good, sets us apart, are the guys behind the scenes. That is Tanner and Travis. Those Lion boys, man, twin visuals, they really make us look good, dude. So shout out to them boys and all that they do.
Shout out to Gary Atkins.
Shout out to Gary Atkins,
first year in the league.
Turn it up, boy.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Gary.
Yeah, shows me the Saginaw Bay and hasn't let up since.
No doubt about it. Gary, a Wisconsin angler, and brown as a biscuit up there.
Brown as a biscuit, but you know, like we talked about earlier, Pete Waltz touched on it, I touched on it. Bro, at my house tomorrow, it's muzzleloader season. Open up, boy, they're in rut, they're chasing, and Gary, another big whitetail hunter.
Loves it.
If he wasn't so close to that Angler of the Year trophy, he might be up here sitting on the tree stand right now. But he's tasting it, man.
Well, you and I, of course, in studio here in lovely Wisconsin, and we'd like to know where Gary's deer stands are. We could go keep it warm for him.
Get a little evening hunt. Yes, sir.
Live. Gary, give us the coordinates, bud. Drop us a pin.
Check on Bullwinkle for you. And now we see a little diversity now. We've kind of jumped around from camera to camera. We were watching Ron Johnson and Taylor Watkins hitting the chop a little bit, and then we were watching Palmer. We were watching old Coach Walters out there with some wind, and Cat seems like he's in the spot He's laid. He's protected.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the wind with Michael at all. That is for sure. All right, from our leader in the Progressive Angler of the Year race, the man trying to run him down and win 2 trophies this week to become a 3-time NPFL champ, Taylor Watkins.
I started right there and spooked the big one flipping, and then caught a little one, and then they started schooling. I figured there would be other people found it since they were schooling like that. Yeah. I mean, you can definitely tell it's kind of a hard bottom. It's not gooey.
Nobody's got time for a gooey.
Nobody wants a gooey bottom.
Nobody wants that.
Ooh, there you go. It's a world-class hook set, son.
This is more like you expect the Kissimmee chain. Famous for those pads. Still don't think this is very far from where he's been. Good fish for Taylor.
There's one. He ain't much to speak of, but better than none.
£7 pounds.
I didn't clear my scale out yesterday. We'll have to do that later.
Let Taylor get that one in the box, and we're going to jump back over to the coach, Patrick Walters.
Come on, you stubborn little son of a guns.
Here they are. Please have eaten it.
Oh, yeah.
When Walter says, oh, yeah, the other anglers are lucky they can't hear that audio. has a hint of confidence to it. Spinning rod action for
man.
Coach.
There you go. That boy.
Yeah, not a huge one, but hey, we'll take it. We'll take it, baby. That's 5. That's number 5.
It's early.
Took a minute, but hey, number 5 had to slow down, go a little finesse on him. About to break the plug out. Hit him with the big guns in a minute. They're all around us right now. They're in a 360. They're literally all the way around us. You can see them.
That's the same thing we heard from Ron. He said yesterday on he and Taylor's starting spot, didn't matter the direction, they were everywhere.
Every fish is different. Like some of them don't care how you work it and they'll just eat it. Some of them are like, if you pause it, I'm not going to touch it. It's kind of aggravating. There's one right there.
It's a master at work right there.
2 of them.
lot of boats in Patrick's area, but he's separating himself, I believe, just with his expertise. He can tell what he's looking at. He can tell how the fish react, and he's got a million rods on the deck so he can cycle through. You can hear he's already thinking so many steps ahead. Good stuff from Walters, and we're going to get back down to Taylor Watkins, Kissimmee.
Right past him.
Speaking of crowded.
Yeah.
What? There's a lot of this going on. I don't know who, can't tell who that is.
What's up, guys? We got a party going. I got one bass. That's it.
Taylor Watkins.
We got another joining the party. No.
Too much wind. Huh? Too much wind.
Or too many boats. I don't know. One or the other. Taylor sounded a little deflated.
Yeah.
He's an upbeat guy.
I ain't get a bite. He had two little ones. He crushed it yesterday, buddy.
Look.
He just mashed. He mashed on it, dude. I mean.
Yesterday afternoon, when I was heading out, it was late, and he was on the side you'd been on. He was lifting like a
Chance Woodward, I believe. They need a
He lied to me
pontoon.
then. He told me that he didn't catch any more there. He sure did.
I can't believe we're fishing.
I asked him, I said, they bust a bit late for you. He was like, ah. Caught a couple down the edge of the grass.
Well, you can't expect him to tell you everything.
Taylor Watkins, yeah.
I ain't telling Taylor anything. I'm not even telling him where I got lunch.
I gotta see if I want to leak this spook.
I'm ready to holler. I'm ready to see somebody throw a 7
for a punch.
I probably would have had my butt out there just because there is big ones out
Steel
there.
cage match, I'm telling you. Next year it's coming. Sounds like Chance
I was
Woodard.
trying to play it smart, but I was trying to win the freaking tournament.
Getting a look at some of the. I promised drama. We got a little
The
drama.
Kissimmee chain's what I think it said 65,000 acres.
It is. All combined, it
All
may be even
combined,
just
yeah.
a hair more, but Kissimmee itself, the lake Kissimmee, 44,000
Is that right?
acres. Toho, 22,000. Of course, you got Hatchnahall and Cypress in there as well that combined around 20,000. So a lot of water for these guys, and they're all fishing 5 feet of it.
That's one thing we hear, man. You always hear about,
hooked up.
80% of the bass are in 20% of the lake and all that. Goodness, look at this. That would hurt my feelings.
It's hurting Taylor's right now.
Ooh. What's Bobby?
Come on now. Pressure's on, boy.
That's what I would be doing.
Wow.
I mean, that's I get paid to run my mouth, so obviously you and I both would be calling him.
Absolutely.
Good fish there. We're gonna let these boys sort it out. We're gonna check in with our sponsors, make it all possible here, and we'll see you guys back in just a few moments for possibly a steel cage match. I'm not sure what we're gonna get into here. Stop number 6, the National Professional Fishing League, the Kissimmee chain.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to the Kissimmee Chain. Taylor Watkins sharing some water with Chance Woodard.
You got 13?
And Ryan Satterfield right now. Was also sharing water with Ron Johnson, our leader. Starting to see a theme there. I think Ryan had a nice start yesterday as well, Fat Cap.
Had 5 fish for 15-14 yesterday.
I gotta get my butt back out there, dude. I know there's big ones out there.
Chance Woodard had 12-4 yesterday.
So certainly in that check range.
The right ones.
Just to remind everybody.
I figured the tournament would be one out there.
Well, thought that too.
I just couldn't get it going in practice.
Taylor Watkins had 23-12 yesterday.
It's just
to
shell.
remind everybody.
I think some of it may have came from right
Big
here.
ones, big old shells. Like,
Really?
yeah, they're like $50 or bigger.
From Taylor in second place. We're going to jump back out to our leader coming into today, Ron Johnson.
Action here is pretty slow. Nothing like yesterday. I have 3 in the box right now. Biggest one's about 3 pounds, and I got two about, you know, maybe 2 pounds. So we need to do some, we're gonna do some culling today, but I have a feeling this is just gonna be a slower bit of a grind. You know, we showed up here, it's been windy, but I'm seeing fish. And when I see them, I'll throw a Carolina rig out ahead of them, and they seem to be grabbing it. And I'm seeing them come through every so often. So it's not something I want to give up on just quite yet, because I know the big fish live here. You know, these fish that were stacked up yesterday, they got to go somewhere. So they're either pulling in, we're a little bit closer to the grass now, where I am seeing some fish going in and out of the grass. And every once in a while, I'll look down at my my active target, and I'll actually see a pair go by. That's actually how I got the last one. I pitched it 20 feet out in front of my trolling motor. If we have that footage, I don't know, but it was pretty wild. It hit the bottom and he grabbed it instantly. And we're only sitting in about 6 feet of water. The challenging thing that we do have is, you know, this trolling motor is really working, and we're in 5-6 feet of water, making a lot of noise. And I just got bit off there on the tail of that. I felt a quick little thump. I actually thought I was stuck on a weed because it's so windy. It's hard to make direct contact sometimes in this wind. But tell you guys just a little bit about what we're doing is I chose to throw a Carolina rig. Most of the bottom around here is really hard. It's an excellent, for people that don't use it, it's an excellent bait to kind of search, like a tool. So I have an idea of what the composition of this is because I'm using a tungsten weight. You know, it's obviously not my go-to favorite technique. You'll hear anglers talk about it all the time because it can be very painful. But you got to be able to identify when the conditions are right and when something like a Carolina rig will actually really excel. And out here, you know, you're fishing shallow. First thing I wanted to do was flip and punch and frog and, you know, work grass with jerk baits and worming, and those things can work, but they all have a time and a place. And I just did not find that. So I kind of went offshore and spent more time searching in this pre-practice for those hard bottoms. And like I said, this really isn't anything special, which is crazy why there's so many fish here. And the longer I'm here and kind of analyzing this area, I've got 2 cut-through channels that kind of create a natural current, and it's about 5-6 feet deep out here. And we have a lot of grass and pads, so they have that option to move in and then come on out here on these hard bottom areas, where in the afternoon when it's really calm, you'll actually see them busting shad, big shad. But you're not going to see much of that today. It's a little too windy.
Anything special or different about your Carolina rig?
Yeah, let me show you what I'm doing here in this. Casting a Carolina rig can be really challenging, especially when you're in the wind. So let me show you a little something that I'm doing. First off, I'm throwing a 7'3". This is a Duckett Micro Magic rod. It's a medium heavy, really good sensitive action for me. I have a bait caster, and I have a 16-pound Yozuri T7 fluorocarbon. So a typical Carolina rig, you know, obviously you have your leader material. I should say I have my leader here. I've actually cut this down about 4 inches after I had a fish kind of swallow it a little bit, but I like to go 3 or 4 feet. And up here I've got a weight. Now here's the unique thing I'm doing in the wind, because when you're casting this out in the wind, it can be really challenging, get a lot of backlashes, because when you're casting, you have the overspool. This reel wants to overspool. And when you're casting this into the wind, this thing kind of helicopters like a boomerang in the wind, and it's slow. The momentum doesn't want to go as fast as the reel wants to let the line out. So what I ended up doing is, instead of allowing this weight to slide freely, I want this thing to be pegged down here. So what I did is I used 2 laser, Eagle Claw actually makes them. They're just little bobber stops, and I'm putting them ahead of my weight. And then in the back of the weight, I'm actually putting a second one. And I do that so that when this slides down, it's protecting that knot. I caught over 40-50 fish yesterday. I only had to retie once, and it wasn't this section. It did not get roughed up because of the bobber stops. And this keeps my leader at 4 feet. So when this is flying out, it's not going to 6-7 feet as it's boomeranging through the wind and just causing a lot of problems. So that's been my little trick. And the other reason why I'm doing that is these fish, when they're hitting, they are hungry and they're eating it. I don't go more than 1,000, 2 1,000, and you better set, because if this was to freely move up and down the line, they could grab that, start going with it. I want to feel that fish instantly, and I'm setting it. If I'm giving them 3-4 seconds, a lot of times guys will just wait, make sure they have it. It's choked down their gullet, and I had that about 4 or 5 times yesterday. So we make sure that, and then of course I wanted to show you guys what does happen if you don't do this right. You can get a little professional overrun, as we say, right? Because we don't make bad casts. But anyway, so I'll pick a couple of these out. One of the hardest things about throwing a Carolina rig into the wind is you're gonna have this happen to you once in a while, especially if you're not paying attention and 100% focused on your casting each time. But it's a very, very good technique out here. And I've caught 95% of my fish yesterday on it. And the bait I was using on the end is a Mag Ultra Vibe Zoom speed worm. And I'm using a number 4 TK110. It's a Trocar extra wide gap EWG, and that's just because of the size of that bait. I want that bait to be able to compress out of the way. Boy, I gave myself a doozy here, but you know, hey, you get to see live what happens, you know. I think we're supposed to be professionals, but and by the way, just while I'm here on camera, I heard
backlash breakdown, am I right?
But I draw Scott,
good doozy.
and he brings the one camera that adds 20 pounds. So if you guys are thinking I'm a little, you know, I do eat good and fine on the road.
We'll be here all
but,
week, folks.
Not that good. So if I look a little beefier, it's because of your camera.
I love it.
Put it on some Uper weight. Yeah, I do live in the UP. What's that?
Winter's coming.
Yeah, you know, I usually got to fatten up for the winter, put a little layer on.
Deep, son.
And, I'm
I
pretty
throw that reel away and get
All
another
the
one.
tips about how to
Hey, this stuff
cast and not
happens.
get a backlash.
Yesterday,
got a mega
you know, it got
backlash.
really windy in the afternoon. I probably had, you know, at least a dozen of these. And I thought about switching, but the problem with it is when you go to another technique, it just was not as effective. I mean, I tried just Texas rigging a half ounce weight. But the cool thing about this Carolina rig also is when you have that weight out in front of the bait, is that thing's coming across the bottom. What it's doing is it's kicking up the bottom. So obviously it's not only a feeler for me, so I can identify what's going on, but the fish think it could be a crawdad, something rooting around in the mud. It's an attention getter. When they come on into it, you know, they go ahead and they grab your rig. So the good news is I guess I didn't have one on there and it didn't swallow it while I was playing around, but that one was done on purpose.
Good job,
So the
Ron.
other
Showed us
thing
what
is
to do and what not to do.
And how to fix it.
And how to fix it.
He's
Complete.
showing us how to catch them, how to rig it up. All kidding aside, we love when our anglers on camera break it down because, hey, we cover some guys that are tight-lipped that you and I end up saying too much. You know, borderline get fired. We get bored,
That's
you know.
right. He can say what he wants, do what he wants. He brought in over 26 pounds
exactly
yesterday.
right.
I'm
Great
listening to
stuff
whatever
from
he
Ron
says.
Johnson right there. We're going to jump back up to Lake Toho and Georgia's Trent Palmer, who's a little more quiet than Ron most of the time. Bass tank breakdown of the century, I think, though, B.
Oh, yeah, Ron killed it.
I bet when he was catching 26 pounds yesterday, he was keyed up.
I bet he was fired. And
Gonna milk this area for probably about another 30 minutes, probably go back to where we lost that big one, and then make our way to what was my starting spot yesterday, see how the wind treated it. But got one little one on a jerkbait. Doesn't seem like they're as active as they were yesterday, so don't know if that's a timing thing or a wind related thing or what, but we'll try to figure them out. They're still here. I mean, on my 360 right now, there's like 4 to 5 fish just sitting there right on the edge of this grass. So they're still here. Lost a big one on that trap this morning, so I'm going to try to explore this bite a little bit. Didn't even throw a trap yesterday. But the fish seem to be positioned a lot lower the water column than yesterday. So. But these areas I do know, generally speaking, get a bite. It's normally a bigger one.
It's a great look, though, at those lanes that the grass makes.
Absolutely.
And this time of year, it's almost topped out, so you can just see it so well, and those fish
It's easier to target those isolated clumps.
For sure.
like
And
you say.
they'll get in that thicker stuff for sure, but they like relating to the edge. They like relating to the little drains.
And when it gets that tall, it's thick up top, but down bottom, underneath, it's easy for the fish to navigate and lay up in the cut, marinate until something good comes through they want to eat.
I was down on Toho this year in January in this area of the lake that these guys are on. It's loaded with fish, but it's loaded with grass, and it's so intimidating when you're out there graphing around because there's so much of it. It's truly hard to decide, unless you're seeing bait, you're seeing fish, where to cast. I mean, it can be, if you just drop your boat in, you're watching this at home, you're like, oh, I need to get to Toho and go fish the grass. Well, the entire thing, there's so much grass. So I'm always impressed when these guys find the spot within the spot. And that's certainly what Trent and Patrick Walters have done in this area. From Palmer, we're going to check in with the man, the myth, the legend in his own mind, James Worldwide Watson, coming to us from the Kissimmee chain.
All right, hey, day number 2, NPFL here on Kissimmee. Hey, the wind is blowing. Why do I keep saying hey? The wind is blowing really hard today compared to yesterday. Gary Atkins is still leading the Angler of the Year race. Taylor Watkins gained some ground on him yesterday, but still very achievable and monumental task in front of Gary Atkins. Him and Todd Goad, we started out right now wearing Hiahuchi, whatever that lake is in between Cypress and Kissimmee. That's where we're at. They're fishing a shell bed, nonetheless. Looks like both of them throwing a Carolina rig, maybe a drop shot. Todd just lost a 3-pounder. Gary caught fish number 3, so they're off to a good start this morning. We'll see how bad this wind helps or hurts their fishing today.
Good stuff from Worldwide, man. Love having him down there on the Angler of the Year race, too.
I believe it's Hatchnahall. I believe it's the correct.
Spell it. No, don't do that.
I'm not going to do that.
I ain't got enough time.
I have to use my fingers and toes to count the letters. It'll be bad.
It's been a good year, man, having Worldwide on the water for us, man. He's been doing a good job. He's also had a good year himself. He beat Jacob Wheeler, Ultimate Match Fishing, brought the chrome home from that, and then him and the boys just won the U.S. Bass tournament.
Just sent the world packing.
Yeah.
He's a world champion. He is worldwide. He's a world champion now.
Watson doing big things.
He said, these
man.
colors don't run. And you come to America, we're going to beat your face in at bass fishing.
Unless you say chicken wings. You say chicken wings, he is running straight towards wherever that came from. Bless his heart.
Or if someone says biscuit is in trouble.
Oh, yeah, true.
He runs there too.
He loves his biscuit.
His Dotson,
That's his dog,
his
yeah.
Dotson that travels the country with him. Trent Palmer, we're going to go back to Michael Catt, who's traveled many a weary mile to get down here and fish this current.
So,
big plug.
We got 2 right now. They're being a little slow this morning. They're not firing off like they were yesterday, but they eventually will. Again, I believe it's strongly a timely deal, but I got 2 off of a worm, a shaky head, and I think right at almost 4 pounds. Both of them are 2-pounders, so hopefully they'll start biting here soon and get fired up and start putting some bigger ones in the box. They're here. I see them. My forward-facing sonar just shows me every single thing I need to see, but it doesn't make you catch them. I'm just trying to put the bait on their dinner plate. They'll eventually fire off, though.
Dude, we're hearing a lot of that. It's about that window of opportunity. They're seeing the fish, they're just not ready to chew yet.
It's very typical. everywhere in the country this time of year with the fish mainly focusing on bait, right? So you do get those windows where they're gonna chew, and more of the same. We got a little company like Massey in the background.
He's been having a good year. He's sitting top 10 at the Progressive AOI.
Florida boy.
Yeah, man.
He said, hey, I'm gonna play that current too. That, like I said, something I really expected to dominate this tournament, to be honest. This type pattern. Michael's in a little bit later flight today, so gonna have a little bit more fishing time than he did yesterday in this area before he has to make that long trek back.
And if you listen to what other people are saying, that window of opportunity comes as the day progresses.
The crazy thing is talking to Walters, talking to Trent Palmer, talking to Taylor, that first hour of the morning to 10, 11 o'clock was when he said, hey, this is going to be lights out. And then you talk to
Anderson
Ron
Biggins down there
Johnson
today.
and a couple of other guys, like, nope, afternoon. No, did some damage in the morning, but the afternoon. Speaking of Coach Walters, we're going to jump back up to Toho with the man, Patrick Walters. Patrick with 5 in the boat. This morning, hooked up.
Hot bait. I feel like every time in Florida, when fishing gets tough, what do? You need to slow down. What does Patrick do? He usually speeds up. So I don't think he's definitely gonna call. No, I don't think. But we're gonna slow down for a second. Kind of fish her a little groove. Fish these little points. God, he train wrecked that thing. The old X-Wrap prop bait.
Top water action, Patrick.
Get it back around one of these big groups of fish. Left hook about 11.
There's a great look at what he's on
Just
the
a
edge
casual
of there.
11.
5 to 7 feet of water. Said he had switched up to a prop bait trying to call those fish up. That prop bait is a Florida staple.
Golly, they're eating this thing better than we thought, I bet.
That one was waiting on it.
Yeah, it was. We're on the edge of that grass, too.
It's a decent one. It's a decent one. Hey, slow and steady. That's what we're gonna do. Not a bad little fish. You know how many times I've been to Florida and learned the lesson the hard way? Listen, if you don't, listen, it's like anything else. Sometimes if you do something wrong, you don't get a spanking for it, you're not gonna learn. And sometimes you gotta go to Florida, or you gotta go smallmouth fishing, and you gotta get your butt cut. You gotta get your teeth cut in. You gotta freaking go home upset, you know? I mean, that's not a big one, but we were about to call that one.
He
about to call that one.
Buck kicking in Florida and smallmouth. That's
a pound and a halfer.
Coming into this season, he thought he was the weakest guy. In smallmouth fishing, he spent a lot of time the last couple seasons getting better at that.
That's not a bad one.
And we've seen him with the NPFL and the Bassmaster Elite Series do great up north, and he had a great tournament on the St. John River with the Elite Series.
Golly!
And certainly in contention here.
Something that he's not great at is putting his weights into that.
See, I just had to take a leak. I hadn't took a leak since we've been here. I had a sip of a drink because we were so So fired up, so strung out, just why it's gonna be bigger. Oh my God. Look at this. We're calling this fish. Look at that. Look at it in its throat.
Look at this. Another bass tank, right?
That smells terrible. Look at that.
What
a big
is
old
happening
shiner
right now, Coach
I
Walter?
never know what we need to throw. I mean, that was a little fish. And
Like a shiner, chewed up shiner.
smells like money.
Ah, oh boy.
How about that?
Oh man. And then he's gonna take a swing at the Gatorade to wash down
I'm
that.
not even sure Gatorade's in that. He's on a
Come
roll
on,
this
man.
morning, son. He's pumped.
That's what fishing is. It's all mental. And we're just getting started. I mean, it's slow, but you just gotta have the confidence to know that you can catch them. And that's what we're doing, is you just gotta know how to catch them. Meaning, we all know how to throw the baits. We all know what to throw, when to throw it usually, but it's putting it into game time scenarios. Yesterday everybody caught them. We caught them ripping freaking baits, fishing fast, top water, trap, jerking, like it was fun. But the conditions change and you gotta change with them and you gotta know that. I mean, it's Florida. And in Florida, only reason I know that is my old man was in the boat right now. That sucker would be dragging a worm at -1 mile an hour. It would be going backwards somehow. And you know what he'd be doing? He'd be whipping my tail. And I don't like to get beat, so we're gonna change till we catch him. Just keep grinding away.
I think I speak for Patrick's lovely bride. I bet she's glad he's not coming home with that
No
shiner
doubt.
mustache.
Yeah.
Today.
Have mercy. It's gonna have some flavor to it. He's the kind of guy you gotta watch. He walks up and says, hey, smell my fingers. No, I'm good, bud. I'm good.
I feel like Big Al's gonna be able to smell that mustache when he gets back to Big Toho Marina this afternoon. Great stuff though from Walters. He's feeling it.
He is, man. He's in the zone. He's around the fish. Like he's doing what he needs to do, which is hard. Like he said, slowing down for him is hard, but.
And that is what he's talking about there is such a Florida thing, and so many anglers get caught up in we fish too fast, and man, you'll see somebody just beat your brains out with a slow dragging a worm. Like he's talking about his dad. If he was in the back of the boat, he'd be putting a whipping on him right there. Patrick Walters. We're going to jump over to second place pro, Taylor Watkins. Just looks like just totally different set of conditions. Of course, two different lakes. Taylor down on Kissimmee, Patrick up on Toho. All of our anglers have the choice of this playing field. They can, of course, putting in the north end of the chain up at Big Toho Marina. They can lock out of the bottom end of Toho, and that's going to put you down into Cypress and Hatchnahaw, and then once you get through those lakes and run down the canal, you pop out in Kissimmee. And it really depends on the year, which lake, every event that ever happens down here, which lake dominates, and they kind of trade blows depending on the time of year. Kissimmee, in my opinion, is known for those 10-plus pounders more so than Toho's. Toho's full of them, but when you see, you follow, there's a guy, I know you know him in the industry, fishes Bassmaster Opens, actually works for Power Pole, but Garrett Rockamora. Garrett, G-Man is a big bass specialist down there, and he weighs in a lot of bass, over like 11 pounds, and he loves Kissimmee.
It's one of those spots where those 40-pound stringers do come in.
You see those mid-30 bags a lot. Of course, the Dean Rojas, the infamous, the 45-pound stringer, the one-day weight record for the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, and that epic event years and years ago.
Incredible, though.
January sight fishing event, all the conditions lined up perfect, but it showed what these lakes are just full of, man. There are just so many giant bass that live in these lakes. But Kissimmee, you get a lot more pads, reeds down there compared to Toho, where you've got a lot more of the offshore hydraulics, a little deeper on average. And Cypress and Hatchnahaw are kind of a mix of both. Of course, you've heard our anglers mention shales. These shale beds, offshore shale beds, play a big role in Florida, just because you don't have a lot of hard bottom on these.
Well, that's what
lakes.
we've heard. Yeah, they want that shell bottom. They don't want that gooey bottom.
That's right. That mucky, soft bottom. Those fish, they like sand. They like those hard bottom areas, the shell.
You get around that silt and that funk. It's probably like us. Just they don't like breathing. You get up through the gills and whatnot. It's just probably visibility, everything, culmination of different things.
You'd rather walk on concrete than quicksand. That's for
right.
sure, right? I don't know. Maybe you'd like quicksand. You'd like a
Listen,
challenge.
I manage y'all like a panther. I'll be all right. Looks like the party kind of broke up there around Taylor.
Or Taylor decided to leave the
Yeah,
party.
the Redneck Yacht Club dispersed for now.
From Taylor, we're going to check in with our sponsors here at the National Professional Fishing League. To make this all possible, we would like to thank each and every one of you for tuning in so far this morning on day 2, stop number 6 here on the Kissimmee chain. And we'll see you back on the other side for more live big bass action, Kissimmee, Florida.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning, through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Back out on the water. Taylor Watkins. A ProGuide Pro. Out there, ProGuide, the official battery. They're gonna put those ProGuides to use today down there in that wind, especially when they're spot locking down.
No, like you say though, man, those ProGuide batteries are definitely going to get to work out today. Those guys are going to test them to the limits, and as always, they hold up to what our guys put them through. Taylor Watkins out there representing. He's going to be fighting that wind and current all day long.
Pretty slow. Got 2 small keepers. Our primary area is not doing so hot for us. I don't know how it's doing for Ron. I haven't been here the whole time, but just gonna keep making some changes for right now. I got a few ideas to try. I'm about to make one of those adjustments right now and see if it makes a difference. I don't know. I think the wind needs to calm down a little bit. If the wind will calm down, let the fish get set back up, I think we'll be all right. I mean, we got a long day today. We don't have to be back till 4:45. So, yeah, we're just gonna hang in here for a little bit.
Taylor making some adjustments, and we're gonna adjust our sails over to Michael Catt. Down in the current. Michael started the day in 4th place, just right behind Patrick Walters.
I about lost this rod and reel yesterday. I threw it out there and was letting it sink down. My rod just went. I didn't even get to do anything. Oh, no, I mean, I had it. It about ripped it out of my hands. The fish did.
The only way that wind's affecting Michael is on his boat ride back across Kissimmee, but other than that,
he's protected.
Got the advantage
There's
down
one
here.
right there. There we go. Still not the ones we want, but make sure. That's number 3. They'll get bigger.
You hear that from these guys. They
Gotta start somewhere.
Feel like it's
Might
coming.
as well be right here. 1-6.
Especially hearing it come from
MGM
someone
pull tags, these things are awesome. One of my main
Michael.
new sponsors I just picked up.
With his experience here and know-how, like when he says they're coming.
Some more Carolina rig action. Something I expected to see for sure.
I guess I got to get back further. Please go that way. Please. Thank you. High five. What's that?
Where did that one weigh?
Oh, 1-6.
There's no shortage of boats.
No shortage of boats. And look, they're getting along well out there. He asked them to stay out. The guy did. That's good.
This guy was in here yesterday, but he swore to me he wasn't coming back.
Uh-oh.
Fat Cat, we should get a hold of Big Al. They might need to get the cage ready.
Yeah, I'll make a phone call. Call my Uncle Leroy.
Being funny this morning, or attempting to be. And
it's the end of the season, boy.
I don't know. Everybody, a lot on the line. Progressive AOY, people trying to win 50 G's in this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's 34.
If not a steel cage match, at least thumb wrestling, something.
Last year when you were out there ripping and running, doing the on the water coverage, we put you in the middle of a pretty good one on Pickwick, I remember.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
a little throwback, flashback Friday for you.
Yeah, it got a little wild.
Mean Gene Okerlund out there.
The Bobby Heenan.
I sent you a text like, hey, get to that live action.
We got up in the middle of it, too.
You did. You were instigating it. Brought a folding chair with you. Most of the time in the league, though, all kidding aside, these guys really, we see the camaraderie. I saw some post in practice. Certain anglers having boat issues, other anglers jumping in to help them. We see that more than anything. But now on the water, get a little tense. A lot of money on the line. Costs a lot to do this. You
got that game face on,
right,
man. We're buddies off the water, but on the water, hey.
In our 2 years of doing this, though, we've only had one just on live anyways that got pretty heated. Ledge fishing. So the Pickwick, you remember that? The one I'm talking about, you were in the middle of. That's the only one we've really had on live. So I'm hoping we have it today. Big bass.
Hey, listen.
Big
I'm
drama.
ready for it. Come on. I mean, they are locking through in a famous lock. I mean, that probably some negative energy
that's a
still
way
in there.
better one.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Stay hooked up, baby. Stay hooked up. Another 3.5, 4 pounder maybe. Stay down.
Oof.
That's what I need. Yes, sir. Need 5 of these. A lot better.
Attaboy.
Number 4.
Great fish for Cat.
Good job, cuz.
Fat Cat, it's safe to say that Cat's fishing his way up the
Cat's out of the bag.
Up the leaderboard. While Michael sorts it out, we're going to take a look back at some of the action so far here. We enter the 10 o'clock hour on NPFL Live, day 2, stop number 6. Kissimmee Chain, the beautiful city of Kissimmee, hosting us this week. Taylor Watkins, great look there, a boat-to-boat shot at the conditions that have changed dramatically for Taylor and crew, we should say, on Kissimmee.
Yeah, quite a few of them down there in that particular area.
Taylor with a couple fish in the boat so far this morning. Certainly not off to the fast start he was.
Ain't much to speak of, but
look at Party that started there.
One little bit in Satterfield.
Had a good day 1.
Yeah. Almost, yeah, or so. Almost 16.
Come on now.
Talk to him.
Pressure's on, boy. Wow.
If he loses that, do they fight?
Oh my goodness.
It's like your brother giving you a hard time, growing up.
Chance Woodard on the other side.
You got 13?
Chance is all hat. Watkins.
I think I might have just found some.
Oh, yeah. And the man so far this morning for us on NPFL Live started the day in 3rd place, Coach Walters. Patrick Walters, NPFL Pro, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro, Bassmaster Elite Series champion, NPFL champion. He's got a resume for days. The young South Carolina pro. Very much is a veteran.
Oh, without a doubt.
Even though I'm pretty sure you've got shoes older than him, Fat Cat.
Probably a fact.
I'm young.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely am. Patrick and I are very close in age.
You act like it. He's around a lot of fish.
A lot of fish. Talked earlier, last time we were with him, during this flurry right here, about slowing down. He switched to a prop bait, something that he didn't catch any fish on yesterday. 18 rods on the deck. Patrick this morning.
5 of them jerkbait rods.
A decent one. Hey,
slowly,
what we're gonna do.
culling his way up.
You know how many times I've been to Florida and learned about
I'm going to put him at our unofficial leader, I would say. He's got to be getting close, climbing up there, but he doesn't use that Waylive tractor at all. Look at the beautiful city of Kissimmee, one of my favorite places in the country, and if you've ever been there, I'm sure you will agree, lots of great restaurants, and the bass fishing, obviously, it's where you want to be.
Absolutely.
Especially this first week of November.
This time of year is where everybody goes, right? All the snowbirds come to Florida.
That's right.
Live good and eat good, and definitely fish good. As we're seeing today, man, and yeah, you saw by the weights of yesterday, they're catching them. And it seems like a lot of the bites, the guys are, most of them aren't shook because they're expecting that bite to come later in the day. And we're seeing guys that they're saying that they see them on the graph, they're around the fish, just waiting for that window of opportunity.
Are you surprised how much this forward-facing sonar is playing down here in Florida? Because
yeah, well, these days it's everywhere. Like they have figured out how to use it everywhere under every different circumstance of fishing. Like they have figured out a way to incorporate forward-facing sonar, and it's just like, have mercy, man.
whether it's smallmouth, whether it's down here in
whether it's a foot of water or 100 foot of water, they're figuring it out.
It's crazy how much it's changed everything, because when you think Florida, you're thinking chatterbait and trapping, which we're seeing that kind of stuff, but they're using their forward facing to know where they need to be throwing it. But you're not seeing any mat punching so far, especially from the leaders, which is a surprise. I know a lot of the mats were displaced though in the hurricane. We've heard a lot of guys say, Keith Carson talking to him in practice, he said, hey, a lot of my areas that I really lean on in all my years of experience here, they're just trashed because of Hurricane Ian.
Dan Blackett, I talked to him during practice, and he was saying too, he has experience down here, and Dan's one of the better fishermen down here in Florida, as far as with history.
Yeah.
And coming, I think he was sitting, we last looked,
top
somewhere
10,
top 10. But he was saying about the hyacinth, how the hyacinths broke up, is drifting around, just trying to find an isolated hyacinth and things of that nature, how it's been disrupted from all this water flowing out of the lakes down the system.
Without a doubt. This place, and it's changing by the minute. We're seeing the conditions change due to the wind, due to the current, lots of things going on. Well, we're going to take a look at that unofficial Waylive leaderboard brought to you by Beat Down Mounts. And as we say every single week on NPFL Live that we're with you folks out there, all these guys are liars. They're liars. They either don't enter their weights or they don't enter them correctly, but we try our best to tell the story here. And Ron Johnson, of course, started the day with 26 pounds, day one leader, and he's taken back over that top spot unofficially with 33 pounds. And I think Patrick's going to be somewhere in that range. I think he's got that 12 to 13 pound range probably in the box. So he's going to be right there to go with his 20 pounds from yesterday. Dustin Smith in second, 32 pounds even. Bryant Smith, no surprise there. Top 10 AOY, Bassmaster Elite Series qualifier. The only thing we haven't seen Bryant do is hoist a shield on the NPFL. Talked with him last week. He said he wants to go out with a bang, finish his 2-year stint here in the NPFL, hoisting a shield. And
he's always a threat. We've always, in some way, some shape, somehow, we have always ended up talking about that dude every tournament. He gets into the mix of it every time.
It's a picture of consistency, and he self-admitted, he said, hey, I don't win a lot. He said, I try to get in the check line. That's what I'm here for. If I get a chance to win, fine, but I always try to find the most consistent pattern or area to carry me through an event. And here we go again. Bryant Smith in the top 10. Bobby Wood, Bobby Lanham.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
Doug Chapin, right there. In
Doug in the house.
Unofficially fully loaded pro, getting with it there in the top 10. Ryan Satterfield, Taylor Umlin, Dan Blackard,
There
you
he
just
is.
mentioned, still hanging around the top 10.
Fisherman Central
Travis
pro.
Jewell.
Oh, Travis. Hey, let's stop, talk about him real quick. Travis Jewell, full of positive energy, cool cat. Over these past 2 seasons, there was one when he did some awesome stuff outside of Chicago where we were fishing, help me out, was it Saginaw?
That's when we were up here. It's when we were at Winnebago.
And we were at
Last year he was on
Winnebago.
his
Yeah,
way.
get your
He
life
fished
right,
in
Bobby.
Chicago, yeah.
Awesome stuff. But here recently, Twin Visuals just did like a documentary on him for NPFL. Awesome stuff. You guys go to NPFL, the website, go to any of our social media, and check out the Travis Jewell Life of. It's
Learn more
good
about
stuff,
the
man.
anglers for
Cool
sure.
cat for sure.
Absolutely.
Good to see him
And
doing well this tournament.
Speaking of cool cats, 10th
My
place,
dude.
your man, the crappie king himself, Kevin Rogers, and something we saw this week, Fat Cat, on social media that I'm going to be honest with you. Now, Kevin, he's got connections. He's the man in a lot of areas of life, but this blew my mind. None other than Neon Deion Sanders, primetime, was commenting on the Crappie King social media this week down here at Toho. He's like, hey, when you taking me fishing? Blew my mind. I text Rogers. I was like,
you screenshot it and sent to me. Like, what is going on?
So that may be why Kevin Rogers, we may have to stop calling him the Crappie King, and we may call him Kevin Primetime Rogers from now on. But there's your look at the unofficial top 10. Of course, everything becomes officially official this afternoon at Big Toho Marina at the drive-through weigh-in. Big Al McCullough is going to bring the boom starting around 3:30 Eastern. If you're in that area, be sure to get out, go meet some of the anglers, go watch the boom go down, and we're going to watch it. The man that laid the biggest boom yesterday, Ron Johnson. We're going to get back out on Kissimmee with our leader, Ron Johnson.
Ron Johnson.
Longer, yeah,
It's fun to
than
say.
we just did. We're gonna go way up here on the left, then go to another grass edge.
We got to him just in time for him to make a move.
I feel like an anchor man when I say Ron Johnson. I feel like he should be at the desk with me.
Ron
I'm
Johnson.
Ron Johnson Sports.
Really
Try to
hot
keep you
topics.
dry.
Ron's going to make a move, and we're going to make a move back up to Toho to Georgia's Trent Palmer. Having a slower day so far. We saw Trent lose a really nice fish right out of the giddy this morning. Probably the best fish we've seen live hooked up today as far as size-wise. Probably
It was
5+
girthy.
pound
Yeah,
fish.
it was.
Had it on a lipless crankbait. Had it all the way to the trolling motor. Worked it all the way around the boat once already, and the fish came off. Sharing this area with roommate Patrick Walters, and Patrick's dialed it in a little bit better so far today.
Well, see, and we talked about that earlier too with Ron Johnson and Taylor Watkins yesterday. They were also fishing in very close proximity, but Taylor even said that, man, Ron is just more dialed in. And it's funny, even though a lot of these guys, they room together, they talk, they converse. I think they tell each other stuff, but they don't tell each other
They come in
everything.
it? Wow. Dude, all the buzzards are up there.
Patrick just caught one right over Trent's shoulder. I wonder what that, I know what it does to me, but
I'm about to run down to my starting spot.
Makes me want to headbutt the console.
You're
I want to
watching it
fire
go
up, do donuts
You got any
around him. I
weight?
don't care if you're my buddy or not. Don't catch fish in front of me if I'm not catching them. The nerve.
you're at least buying dinner tonight, right? That kind of deal. You're sleeping in your truck.
Something's going on.
As the sun gets up higher, you see him, he keeps going to this top water. We've seen that with Patrick with the prop bait. A lot of folks out there think, oh man, the low light helps that top water bite, but not necessarily on grass lakes. Man, it helps those fish locate it, and it can call them up in that clearer water in that grass. It can get those suckers to commit up out of that grass because they bury up. And you've got to hit them in the nose sometimes, but with that walking bait, especially coming over the top of their heads, they can come up there and crush it a lot like the prop bait we saw with Patrick earlier.
And it seems like that wind doesn't mess with the clarity too much here. It's more of that steady wind. I think what happens to get stirred up when you have that chop, that disrupts the grass, and that grass is a filter, and it holds all the dirt and everything. What's going on? Got his hand on his hip.
Looked like, was that Justin Kimmel with a cameraman?
He was he impersonating?
It looked like Kimmel. It looked like all the roomies were right here together.
Huh. I don't know.
That wasn't one of our camera guys. I don't know what's happening.
And I was in the middle of a very important
NPFL
it could be.
We need to get
I was
to the
really
bottom of
breaking
this.
down the sediment and the clarity and everything, and then all of a sudden Bobby pops up. Look, now they're leaving.
Maybe
Who is this?
A documentary on Patrick and Trent. I'm not real sure what's going on there. We're going to check in, though, real quick with our sponsors.
Let's do that.
Here in the league, and we'll see you guys back for more big bass action.
On the other
Hopefully,
side.
Big
We'll go
bass,
on the other side,
we
then.
have not seen that 5+ pounder, but we're going to see it on the other side of these commercials. For more NPFL Live from the city of Kissimmee.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back. Back out to Trent Palmer. 5th place pro coming into today. Trying to get it going. Had a little mishap.
And watching his roommate feel the live well. Well, we did get word on who the other guy was. It was Justin Kimmel. It was a Kimmel.
That's the roommate.
With his own camera guy out there doing big things.
Justin Hollywood Kimmel.
Hollywood.
You know, Fat Cat, we released the first 5 events of our schedule, the 2023 schedule. We had a mystery event for the 6th event announced this week on Trent's home lake, Lake Lanier. We're going to wind up the year there in spotted bass heaven, October next year. You think Trent, when he saw that, got a little tingly, probably?
A little bit.
Right before we went to break, over Trent's shoulder, his roommate Patrick was just catching him right in front of him. We're going to take a look at a replay from that. The friendly fire going on. You can see Trent there in the background.
Oh my
and some other, a lot of guys in this area.
Hooked up. There it is.
Did he switch over to something to punch in that mat?
I could pretend that I know and say something.
Well, we don't know.
He had 18 rods on the deck of the boat. Ain't no telling what.
Maybe that was the top water again, though, on that braid. I don't know. That was
mega. He's not that big. I thought he was, though. Goodness. Yeah. Dude, these people are freaking buzzards today, aren't they?
Uh-oh, listen.
Here we go. That's the theme of the day.
Good little fish. He's a good one. He probably cold, but
we're gonna
tongue hook. Are you?
That one didn't help him. Good fish for Patrick. Send him back to be with his friends. Palmer, we're going to get back down to Michael Catt. Catting around in the current, Kissimmee River. Like a roller coaster at Universal there.
Like the cameraman had a little catnip. Uh-oh, look! There we go.
Dinner.
That's what I'm talking
Good one,
about.
okay.
Make a good old bluegill sandwich.
There we go.
Everybody's
Small
catching.
Hooked up.
Ain't gonna help.
No help.
I think the bluegill was bigger.
Ain't gonna help.
Ain't no doubt. It's a healthy one. It's Massey.
Massey. Massey hooked up. Oh no.
He did. We both lost.
Cat back to Ron Johnson, our leader.
I fished that over there, but I just keep getting hung up.
We could have all this wind disappear.
Looks like it's laid down a little bit for him out there.
And we saw him move.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
If you've ever been to this area, that's
that
a
looks
familiar
like
sight.
Florida. Yeah, man. Tropical. Is that a camel? What is that?
It's just a skinny cow.
Oh.
But if you want to call it a camel, we'll go with that, bud.
That's what we do in White Oak.
There we go. Got him.
Uh-oh.
More the size I want right here. Stay on there, baby.
Ron making adjustments.
All right, we got our 5th fish. So.
Attaboy.
Number 5. Took us a little while, make a little adjustment. We got it. So, before I get too excited here, I guess we'll do a little bit of weigh time. I'm gonna spread these out in these live wells too. So all I needed was you to be positive, Scott. I told you, just stay positive, it'll happen.
Come on, Piper, don't get the man down.
So easy to, as you've probably witnessed many times, but it's real easy to get spun out, you know, if your plan isn't going according. I made that comment, I said a plan's only a good plan, right, when the plan works.
Mike Tyson would say, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth.
That's right.
I like that one better.
I go weigh them all with the call tag. It's no big deal. I'll just get them a little less. Dang. You baby.
You call that padding?
Huh?
The call tag, is that padding? Is that what we call that?
Yep. Pretty much. It's just easier for me than having to take
sort
the
it out. We're
tags
going to
off
check
each
back
one,
in with
just weigh
Taylor
them with it.
Watkins, second
You know
place
what I mean?
pro.
Tags are all the same.
Like he's made an adjustment as well. And he's on an airboat ride.
That's what it sounds like.
It's another familiar scene. If you've ever been here, lots of cows are hanging around the bank and airboats running by every 30 seconds. Popular attraction down in Central Florida.
Yeah, man, Florida known for the big bass and big beef. People don't realize how much beef actually comes out of Florida. This is knowledge. I'm dropping it on you, Luke. You probably didn't know this, but a lot of cattle come out of Florida. I think over 50% of the country, beef comes from Florida.
Well, we got 5. 2 decent ones, 3 little guys. Still nowhere near what we are after, and nowhere near what we were at yesterday morning about this time, but I'm still hopeful. I mean, there's still fish around. We just gotta keep pecking around and see if we can't pick off some bigger ones. The wind's starting to kind of die down just a little bit. Hopefully it'll die down and those fish will get set back up where they were at yesterday and we can go out there and put it together pretty quick. I'm still hopeful that I can just keep pecking around here and do some count. So.
I think Watson's on that airboat.
Dude, there's no telling where that dude could be. He is worldwide. He'll get into anything.
They've kind of positioned funny. I don't know. I don't know the exact cast to make them bite. So we're trying to figure all that out. I can see them. They're all lined up down the edge of these pads right here. They are not wanting to bite.
Listen, I'm kicking a full barrel. Bobby, I take a lock of hubs and dump a clutch. And you'll run the ring opinion note of it. It keeps on.
Hear Taylor talk about those adjustments he's made here to this line of pads, but being able to see those fish on his live scope on the edge of them. I mean, you just think 5 years ago, that's not even a possibility, and you're just flailing aimlessly, and how much more accurate all of the anglers are that have that forward facing. If you're going to compete at this level, you better be proficient with it, whether you're fishing shallow, fishing deep.
It's one thing to own it, because almost every new boat you buy has it. But it's one thing to own it, it's another thing to learn how to use it. Am I right? We got a lot of guys out there that think because they go buy it, they're going to start catching them. But it's a whole different
not
world.
dynamite.
Nah, man.
Not magic. That's
Well,
for
also
sure.
just that learning curve. It's a huge learning curve.
From Watkins, I'm getting word that we have located James Worldwide Watson. We're going to see if he's on an airboat, if he's up there at Wild, Florida, hanging out. James Worldwide Watson.
All right, you can't tell me that certain things don't affect fishing. They have big time. Taylor Watkins over my right shoulder, Ron Johnson over my left shoulder, both of them having a way slower start to this morning, and here's why. The wind. The wind is crashing in here. We got 2.5 footers just thrashing this place here. It's not muddying up the water by any means, but what it's causing is something that the fish don't like, and that's a lot more current blowing through here that they're not accustomed to. These guys got on these fish with very little wind at all coming through here and a little bit of current that's working its way through this lake. So today, it's being affected by the wind. Nothing more, nothing less than just the wind. If this slows down and dies down, those fish will set up right on these shell beds, and these guys will go back to throttling them. Mark my word.
Mark it. Mark that word right there.
I remember he said that. They've got to hope that it calms down, because right now, Ron mentioned it earlier, that trolling motor coming out of the water in this shallow water, I mean, it does. They know you're there.
Oh, yeah.
They're hearing that constantly. But it has definitely repositioned these fish from this flat, these shell bars where Ron and Taylor did a bulk of their damage yesterday. And you know it was in the back of their mind when they saw the weather forecast, but I think more than that, and you heard Taylor mention this earlier as well, that the pressure from yesterday, did it affect that spot? Ron saying he leaned into 50 bass yesterday. That's a lot of fish. And obviously they're not the only two in that general area. I'm gonna take a trip south from Taylor down the Kissimmee chain to Michael Catt.
Dang, dude, I don't know why I ain't only get like one to bite, and then they just stop.
More of the same from Catt. He's not shucking and jiving out there having to adjust. He's got a game plan and sticking with it.
He did a good job of breaking it down earlier for us. The way he made it sound, he's in it for the long haul. Started out this morning throwing a big plug. He's just dragging, letting it marinate. I mean, he's daggone cold molasses. Slow. There it is.
Oh, that's a better one there.
Attaboy.
We need this. Oh yeah. Stay on there, baby. No.
Someone's got him running around the boat like a cat on a hot tin roof.
Oh no! Dang it!
Oh no. Oh no.
Hope he's got 9 lives. Because that right there hurt a man.
Biggest one I had today. Definitely 3 3/4. Maybe a 4-pounder. Good thing is there's plenty more, but that hurts.
I like that.
Especially with them being stingy today.
Keep that PMA.
That hurts. He even came off and I had him pegged and I still couldn't get him. Come on, Mike.
Carolina
All right, shake it off.
Is one of those.
Shake it off.
You know, obviously single hook lure. We
Shake
saw
it off.
Trent Palmer lose one on a lipless. That's a bait that you're going to lose a lot of fish on. It's high risk, high reward. You get a lot of bites, but they can tend to throw it with these single hook Carolina. You don't lose a ton of fish.
So
you break
many
some
texts,
off every now and
so
then
many
because you're
phone
dragging
calls,
through cover.
So
but
many good lucks. Just be calm. Go fishing. Be careful. Take it easy. Don't stress. Don't overdo it. I just need to just fish. I need to stop worrying. There's a lot of fish here, so I'm not too worried about not. That just stings to lose a fish like that.
And I think all of us as anglers, you try to talk yourself up out of a moment like, there's plenty of them there, guys. That's not going, you know, whoo, I'm
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I'm positive. And
get that train back on the tracks.
I want to break something.
I wasn't on
It does
camera
worry
right
you
now.
because you're like, what if it's the last bite I get of that quality? But seems to be around a lot of good fish, good average fish, that 3+ pound average.
I think the experience here helps him too, kind of knowing that he's not rattled. There's more where that one come from. Just got to get him in the boat.
Michael Cat, looks like we got a little boat-to-boat bonus action here. Doug Chapin.
The man. Doug does not go a day without fishing. If you keep up with him on his social media, Doug Chapin is a fishing machine, son.
Some would say he fishes fully loaded.
Oh, some would say that. And matter of fact, he's working on a fully loaded live well. Doug having a good tournament, man, working his way up the board. We've been watching guys this morning fish the edges of grass. We're watching Doug. What appears to look like he's fishing the edge of these pads. Is he throwing up in them? I can't even tell what he's throwing.
I'm wondering if he's doing a little more of the same that we're seeing with Taylor and Ron, where they're moving Hook. Oof. A big swing there.
It is. You yourself spent years fishing at the pro level. When you're out there fishing, you're doing your thing, then all of a sudden the camera boat rolls up on you. You're like, does it change how you do things or what? Like to be in Doug's shoes right now, you're like, like added pressure?
I just think you just got to fish. You got to fish. It definitely, for me, because I like to run my mouth, obviously, it makes it where I want to talk, break down what you're doing. I always live for those moments. I
imagine that.
Yeah,
Did you really?
Yeah.
I'm
like,
shocked.
hey guys, come in. I don't have 7 pounds, but let's talk about it. It's all about that life. It's part of the game. If you're going to do it at this level, you
carry your guitar with you in a rod locker, get up there and play Biloxi Blues for them.
Yeah,
they roll up.
Every now and then.
A little bit of podcasting off of the back of the boat. You ever play Biloxi Blues while podcasting and fishing the tournament?
Once. From our boat-to-boat look at Doug Chapin, who was our last update on that unofficial top 10 leaderboard, had slid up to 5th place. We're going to check back in with a guy that's hovering around the top, and that is South Carolina's Patrick Walters.
You wouldn't know that by looking at the beat down Mount Way Live tracker, though. He's probably set, what, about 13, 14 pounds on a live well? Easy.
It's at least 13 for sure.
We got 5. We got started about what this area thought it could produce for. We got 10 so plus pounds. We got started. Now we're about to start running some shell, some offshore hydrilla, some isolated stuff, and try to get them big bites. It's a pretty high pressure day. Ooh, we might go do some blipping, honestly. It's gonna be a good day for it. But we're gonna start running some shell. That's what I like fishing. I like fishing offshore when I'm in Florida a lot of times. I love fishing shallow too, but it's just the shallow bite hadn't been consistent for good bites. So that's why we're gonna head out and see what it's about. Probably 10, 12 pounds maybe.
Sandbagger.
So we need to get 2 or 3 good coals today. 4 pounders would be nice. 7 pounders would be appreciated.
And you got to have that in Florida. I mean, obviously, Ron had a couple of
those. We've seen that, correct. But got to have that good kicker. Couple of them.
Yeah, that typical Florida bag is some 2.5 pounders sometimes, and
a big old
3s, and then a 7 or 8 pounder mixed in to get your weight up there.
Yesterday I didn't hardly miss a fish on a fluke. Today they're just like swatting at it.
Right over top of that grass.
How about it? A little slower today.
Pat, will we see those weights fall off at the drive-through weigh-in this afternoon a little bit with this different day, this higher pressure?
Dude, the way it looks right now, like it's looking like it could be a little bit lighter. But with that being said, you're talking to some of these guys that caught the big bags, and the bigger fish came later in the day. So it's too early for me to even say, man. It's just been different conditions this morning with the wind and everything, but I'm still hopeful for a big old bag of behemoths come across the stage.
Well, we're only getting to look at 5 guys here on NPFL Live, and so there's lots of things going on out there on the Kissimmee chain, and I think we're still going to see a lot of fireworks today. Lots of live coverage left to come today, and we're going to check in with the sponsors here with the National Professional Fishing League, and we'll be back for more live action from the Kissimmee chain in just a few moments.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's gonna fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's gonna fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Welcome back to sunny Central Florida.
It's a good day to catch 25, 26 pounds.
No doubt about it. You know, there aren't many places you can go for a bass tournament that you can say the home of Mickey Mouse and giant bass. But Kissimmee, Florida, one of those. One of those areas for sure.
Holy smokes, it's a big one. Please bite it. Mm.
You know, a lot of people, you see these, I call them the mom's basement.
We're still same exact area. We just screwed it out to the outside edge. We got more isolated patches, and I got some shell out here actually mixed in. And we're just trying to fish, see if they're moving out here, or if these fish are more aggressive, or if we could just target a different fish. We could actually fish a jerkbait out here a little more effectively. Where we were just at, it's just a little, covered a little thick. It's pretty heavy cover. When they're feeding there in the morning, it's a good morning spot. They just feed pretty good. Catch them on top water and that kind of stuff. But changing wind, changing weather, just kind of got them feeling iffy.
A lot of people don't like the forward-facing sonar. They like to comment. They don't like to watch people. I don't like to watch live coverage where guys stare at the screen, but there's so many things you can pick up, subtle things, watching a guy like this, man. It's, if you don't like watching this, I get it if you're not a fan of it, maybe you don't have it on your boat, but man, you can learn so much from watching a master like Patrick. There's so many subtle things that he does during the course of a day that I find myself, I stop talking, which is rare, and just focusing on what he's doing.
Give me an example. What are you talking about right now? Because all I do is I see a guy looking down at a graph, because I'm one of those guys that doesn't have forward-facing sonar.
Well, for me, I'm watching his cadence. Like especially when you hear him say, "Oh, that's a big one." Like he knows the size difference of the fish, how they show up, the return on that screen. They look bigger to him, right? So you can see him when he gets excited. You can watch when he is trying to figure out how to trigger. It's like sight fishing for a bass on the bed, but you're doing it on the screen. But you can watch him. He changes up his cadence of his jerk bait. He pops it a little different a couple times. He speeds it up. He slows it down, and he'll do it different almost every time. When you get on a good jerkbait bite, say pre-live scope, there might be a cadence that day that the fish react to the most, and if hooked up.
Felt good when he bit it. Opened his mouth, had him wedged.
But you can see him turning that trolling motor. He sees one and he tries to keep up with them. He's changing cadences. But for me, and this little sequence we've seen with him on this, you watch him making little short casts. The fish is chased to the boat. He's so accurate with, hey, I need to throw exactly right here because that's where the trolling motor is pointing, and that's exactly how far the fish is out for the boat, because that forward facing shows you can put it out 100 feet or further, right? Or you can put it closer to the boat, but he knows exactly how far he needs to cast to be accurate, because you don't have long sometimes. They're roaming around with the bait. He's so great with it, and there's just a lot you can learn. Even if you're not into forward-facing sonar, that cadence change, sometimes you've got the right bait in your hand, you're just not utilizing it the right way, and we all make that mistake of retrieving our crankbait the same speed all day, and we go, well, they weren't biting a crankbait. Or
a steady retrieve versus a broken retrieve, things of that nature. Right?
Same thing with like him having 5 different jerk baits with different lines, different colors. That doesn't matter whether it's forward-facing or not. This guy's committed.
And it changes their mood. Sometimes it changes it for the better, but usually it should. So I know the fish are going to be eating today. It's just
he's got that fish oil mustache now when he's wetting them knots.
Like a pitcher putting pine tar behind his ear. He can put that organic fish smell in that mustache.
Fish oil mustache.
I see what he's doing.
From Walters, giving us the goods there. Back over to Michael Catt fishing the goods. Florida current break on the southern end of the Kissimmee chain.
The only angler we've been watching this morning that has not moved. Set up shop. Said he's here for the day.
Also want to say I'm not taking shots at people that don't like live scope. You're entitled to your opinion. I do see a lot of that online, and I don't want to watch a tournament where I watch a guy stare down at a screen all day, but if they're catching them, and I can watch it and I can learn. I don't care what they're doing or what lake they're out there, whether it's smallmouth, large. I'm such a fan of live and.
Oh yeah, that's what we need. That's what we need.
Michael brings the thunder.
Stay down. Oh. Need that. I need more of those. Should have done that on the first one.
You're just showing us Michael had a
help.
Good fish in his hands.
It's not the big ones
just a little bit ago and lost that.
They're getting bigger.
But he talked himself down.
I got 4 1-pounders I got to get rid of. Oh, that didn't work. All right. Now we're starting to move up the board a little bit. Number 5. 2-8. 5 right there. Better call.
There you go. Nice little call.
See, these fish feel so much stronger sometimes when you set the hook on them because their mouth opens up. And I'm also over a shelf when normally they're biting me, so I'm having to set the hook and pull them up on the shelf. Some of them feel like giants. There's one right there. Nope. Okay, let go. You can definitely tell when they're a better fish though. Oh.
We talked this morning about Michael's spot reloading, and it looks to be like a 1 or 2 cast area that he's working. Some different hard spots here that created current breaks below the lock. He's committed. It's a long run down there, a lot of time, 2 different locks.
It's one of those situations where you're hoping that it all comes together and that later bite does turn on. Like you say, he's around them.
Backcat, we're closing in on the middle of the day here. 11 o'clock hour, creeping up on the lunchtime hour here. Brunch, I would say, is where we're at right now. And it's been slow and steady so far with our top 5 anglers here. Michael Catt utilizing that Carolina rig and the current. We're seeing a lot of different techniques, but we're going to look back at the highlights so far for our first few hours of coverage. NPFL Live, the Kissimmee chain out of the city of Kissimmee.
There's actually some really good ones underneath their bobbers where they're catching all that shell cracker, making that action. I can see them right there. There's about 4 or 5 of them over there by them.
Be a highlight if he catches some under those bobbers.
I want to see that action.
I do want to see that. I'm here for it. Taylor Watkins, second place pro coming into today in both the Progressive Angler of the Year.
That's a better one.
And the tournament standings.
That's what I'm talking about. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Having to constantly make adjustments today. Been the story for Taylor for sure. The same for our tournament leader, Ron Johnson. Ron's done an excellent job breaking down the setups for us today. Spots.
We got our fifth fish.
Those spots he's having to deviate from a little bit. Try to shake it up.
Yeah, man, that wind has got him changing up.
Cat Daddy himself, Michael Cat, trying to steal Fat Cat's thunder.
We need to.
He's
Oh,
did
yeah.
a good job of it this morning.
Hang on there, baby.
He's doing a good job of it.
A bit of heartbreak from him. Right here.
Oh, no! Dang it!
Tough situation.
That's
to
what
be
I
in.
fire the boat up, drive back to the house, put it on the ramp, go home.
Oh, yeah. Patrick Walters. Fish oil mustache himself.
Oh, yeah. Having a good morning. Got a limit for quite some time now, just looking to upgrade. Got a game plan.
Between 10 and 37 pounds, we're not sure with Patrick ever.
No doubt.
He likes to play coy with it.
He will. He's rotating through those 18 rods on the deck. Seen him throw a plethora of things this morning.
Doing a lot of damage on a jerk bait, a Nico rig, a fluke.
Prop bait.
This area got a little crowded. That's certainly been one of the themes of the day as well. Most of our top 5. Some of our anglers are having to deal with Worldwide Watson being around as well in some of these areas. But
Hide your
Patrick
snacks.
Walters,
Hide your snacks.
Patrick doing
Mega! He's not that big. I thought he was, though. Goodness.
bass and
yeah.
salad.
Dude, these people are freaking buzzards today, aren't they?
Listen.
I mean, look at that there.
Yeah, nobody in the top 5 has it all to themselves.
No. The fish are really grouped up, so we were kind of expecting that coming into today. And there's a great look at that shield that all of our anglers are competing for this week, along with a $50,000 check. Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios here. And Fat Cat, we haven't seen that behemoth yet that we've promised, but we know they're swimming out there. So at least on our live cameras, we haven't seen him.
Bro.
Some of our anglers, and it's killing you. You're in here, you're pacing around.
Get on social media. I'm like, hey man, tune in, just catching behemoth, catching big fish. And nobody's cooperating. Nobody's catching big fish. Because for one time, can you guys catch a behemoth on camera when I ask? I'm ready to throw the towel in and go home. Serious. I'm getting tired of it, Luke. I can't put up with it. These anglers not listening. When I want a behemoth caught, I want a behemoth caught. I will walk right now. No, but it's
you're being spoiled. You're acting like a spoiled brat because the last few events we had a smallmouth over 6 on camera last time and several more over 5. Toho not showing us those big ones this morning so far, but it will happen. It may be after lunch when that does happen. I think I'm going to put you on the spot because I like to do that. It's one of my favorite things to do.
Blast off 25.
Especially when the camera's on you and you've had way too much Black Rifle coffee. What will be the big bag today? It was 26 yesterday. Ron Johnson, will we see another mid-20s bag today from one of our anglers?
Absolutely, dude. There's no way. The top 5 stacked up with 20-pound sacks. There has not been that much going on in the past 12, 16 hours to change the conditions of the lake. Other guys are catching them. We're going to watch the leaderboard. Somebody's going to catch them. It's going to be that later day bite because it seems like that's when it happened yesterday for the guys. I'm not going to sit there and say, yeah, man, we're seeing a 26-pound bag come in. I don't know, Luke. I don't have all the answers. You don't have all the answers. You don't know, Luke. It's going to be a good day. We're going to see more 20-pound sacks in. We're going to see more 6-pounders brought in today, more 7-pounders. And this might be the tournament where we see that one brought in over 8 pounds. The quality's there. You're seeing Patrick Walters saying, man, they're all around the round. And a lot of the guys that are having slower days today are still seeing the fish on the graphs. They're just not engaging. So it's going to be that they got to be there for that window when they're ready to eat.
We've seen Walters go on point a couple times for sure and say, big one, big one, big one. I mean, we know what swims here. We can certainly see 1 over 10. Let's take a look at that unofficial leaderboard. The Weigh Live tracker, these guys are strongly encouraged to enter these weights, but not all of them are doing that. We know Patrick Walters is going to be missing from this unofficial top 10 brought to you by Beatdown Mouse. Let's take a look at that right now. Ron Johnson still on top, 37 pounds, so he's certainly added a limit to his 26 pounds from yesterday to get him on top. Bryant Smith, the California pro, one of the most consistent anglers that we've ever seen out here on the NPFL. He is, in 2 years, you said it earlier, we find a way to talk about him in every event because he is always around. Taylor Watkins adding to his total. Looks like Taylor's getting it together a little bit, had 23 yesterday. Looks like he's added a limit to the boat to get up to 33.5 unofficially for 2 days. Arkansas's Josh Ray, someone that was right outside the top 10 and was on our Weigh Live yesterday. B, we were talking about it. We were checking that during the day. He was way up there yesterday, making a run again today. Dustin Smith, Dustin Williamson has moved into our top 10. Scott DeSiller Thriller.
Come on, let's talk about him.
I mean, he's from this area. He lives here now, not from here, but has lived here for a couple years. He told us at the last event, hey, I'm looking forward to that one more than this one.
What did he do at the last event? Do you remember what he did?
Yeah, I think he hoisted one of those shields. Really? So certainly trying to be a 2-time champ as well. Bobby Lanham, Bobby Wood. We've seen Bobby do well down here in Florida. The Harris chain last year and now unofficially in the top 10. Doug Chapin, and look right there in the top 10. Imagine that, rounding out the top 10 in 10th place. Our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Gary Atkins, says, not today, Taylor. I'm going to keep hanging in here. It's awesome to see the top 10. Lots of shakeups. We've promised you drama. Fat Cat promised you behemoth bass, and as he said in his rant just a few minutes ago, that hasn't happened, but hopefully we'll see that. We're going to get back out on the water to Michael Cat, the Cat Man down there fishing in the current.
Why's it got to be a rant, though? I was very compassionate and emotional, not a rant. I wasn't really ranting.
I feel like it was a rant. You were very upset with the anglers, and
well, it's kind of a rant.
There are going to be a lot of anglers going to have a problem with you. They're out there trying to get a bite.
Get some. I'm ready, son.
You're all about a cage match today. We're going to get back out with Michael Cat, who is in a cage match with these bass in the Kissimmee River. Michael Cat's got company from other anglers on the bank and other NPFL pros in the area as well. Certainly a popular area for good reason, loaded up with some fish so far on day 2.
Oh, come on, man.
We've seen him just slowly upgrade in the last couple of hours. Michael was just shy of 21 pounds on day 1.
Oh, there he is. That's the one. That's the one. Come on. Stay hooked up. That's one I need for sure. No. Let's play this right. Come on now. Oh, man. Oh. Come here. Oh, my God.
Score. Michael Cat.
Worst landing in the world.
I believe we lost signal with Michael there. Camera cut out his service. Back over to Trent Palmer. Michael certainly putting a good fish in the boat. That's going to upgrade him and get him moving up the leaderboard even more than he already is today. Started the day in 4th place. Slow and steady, like I said, but he is milking that current stretch for all it's worth. Trent looks like he's made a little bit of a move.
a few more casts. We're gonna roll here in about 5 minutes. This was my good area through here where I caught 3 big ones and ended up filling in a limit too, but this wind's been pounding this area all yesterday afternoon, and this morning the water is all muddied up, which is normally not good for Florida fishing, so, or at least in my experience. So we're gonna get back up on the east side of the lake. I got an area, a little canal that's got running water in it. I feel like I can go get a quick limit and then try to keep a top water in my hand up in that starting area, because I know if I get bit on it, it'll be a big one. It's like almost guaranteed a big one every single time. So, see what we can do. Typical Florida, always got to have some curveball.
Truer words have never been spoken.
At least it's not a giant cold front. Most tournaments I fish in Florida are always in January and February, and there's always some massive cold front, so I'm glad we're not dealing with that. Just got an east wind making the fish not bite that great.
There's something about that east wind.
Well, as a kid, I remember my dad saying it. Winds out of the east, you catch the least. Winds out of the west, you catch the best.
A lot of truth to it.
You know, he touched on something that you brought up earlier too, was that January and February. Typically, you know, that's when it's getting most of the pressure, and you're going through that transition, the cold fronts and everything else. And we heard Ron Johnson talking earlier when he got down here for practice, talking about the water temps being in high 80, low 90, and then coming out today, they were 78-ish, almost 80. So you're talking about water temps dropping 10 degrees in the past several days. And the water level also constantly dropping too, correct?
Yeah, they had a lot of high water with Hurricane Ian right after that storm moved through, and it's been dropping ever since. I think we're going to check in with Mr. Worldwide, who's out there bouncing around on the Kissimmee chain. Let's check in with James Worldwide Watson.
All right, right now, unofficially, Doug Chapin is in 9th place, top 10. It's where you want to be, in position going into the middle of the second day. He's got a unique little place here. What's this all about at Kissimmee? Sometimes it's a pattern. Sometimes it's a stretch of a bank or something like that. What Doug's kind of found in here is a little bit of a pond, like a depression that's coming around the corner. It's got a little ditch to it. He said these fish are sitting in this little hole right now, and he's waiting for the right time for them to start eating. He can see them on his live scope. He caught a fair amount of his fish yesterday late in the day right here. He's got a small limit now, and he's waiting on it to happen. He's been poking around. You got to sample things around here in Florida. When what you were doing yesterday is not working, you poke around the area that you were catching them in, and maybe you can figure out, maybe they're tucked up underneath and you can get them punching, or you can wind something on the outside edge of something. You got to attack Florida every day in a different way if the wind changes or the temperature drops. So staying on top of things isn't the easiest thing to do here in Florida.
Good stuff from Worldwide.
Great point from James. Florida really does come down to area most of the time, and the fish might change every day, but they're probably in the same general area. You just got to figure out and make adjustments with them. That's dead on. Going to go take a look at our sponsors here with the National Professional Fishing League. We're going to stay on Trent Palmer with a little uninterrupted coverage brought to you by Fully Loaded. And we'll see you guys back out on the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes in just a few moments.
This is my passion. And this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Welcome back to Kissimmee, Florida. Sunny Kissimmee, Florida. That's what it's supposed to look like down there. Chamber of Commerce weather. We're going to go back down to the lower end of the Kissimmee chain to Michael Catt. Wait, that's not Michael. He was talking about those fish under those bobbers. Uh-oh. Looks like they got him a bass under that bobber.
Hey, let's see it.
No, that's a cat daddy. That's some of Michael's family. Some of your family. There's catfish. He said he could see them under those bobbers.
You gotta stop that. You got one on?
Oh, he's talking to Massey.
All right, you gotta leave after this.
Matt said bet.
Get him, son.
That hand line thing gives me anxiety.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
There you go.
Attaboy. Ha! Full grown.
Great fish for Matt Massey.
How big?
Did he say 6?
Thought he did.
Thing was girthy.
Little boat-to-boat bonus. And earlier we were on Cat. He was on a little flurry. We had some cell service issues. We're going to take a look back at some fish catches that we missed whenever it cut out with Michael Cat. Shows you what lives there.
Ooh, that was a lot better than I thought. I better not do that. Oh my gosh, come here. Don't make me look like a fool. That's a lot better than I thought.
Michael's working on a pretty good bag.
He is.
He catches one of those like Matt just caught.
It'll be a
He's
force
right where he was yesterday,
Absolutely.
or close. Definitely working on being on camera on Showdown Saturday.
211. 211, that gives me
back live with Michael.
Guess I need to do mine soon too. Well, things are still a little slow. I do have 5 for about 13 pounds right now, so just haven't got that big bite yet. They're here. I'm getting bit almost every other cast or so, but they're being really tedious right now. They're not cooperating like they did yesterday, but it's still early. Still got a lot of time. I feel like that some big ones will come across, and we'll get on them. Here's one right. Well, you see, they just eat it and they spit it out. But I'm gonna keep changing colors, keep repetition on it, and hopefully get a big bag here in a little while. Get a couple of bigger bites. It hurt losing that one. He was about 4 pounds. Things are still active. I ain't gonna leave here for a while.
A lot of times on a Carolina rig, I wonder when you get those short bites if they hit the weight when it comes bouncing through first. A lot of times I do think that happens, especially in current, when that thing's just kind of bouncing down through there.
I do want to say hey to all my friends back home and all my sponsors for watching. This year's been fun. Y'all's support's been awesome. I appreciate everything you guys have done. All the texts, phone calls, love and support. My sponsors getting me stuff I need immediately when I need it, and can't, you know, it's awesome to have that kind of support, so I appreciate it. And Mom and Dad and my kids, love y'all. I know you guys are watching. Hopefully I can catch a big old fish for y'all soon.
You better for Fat Cat.
That's right, man.
For the fam.
That's right. Us cats stick together.
You hear him talking about those fish are in the area. He can see them. He can see them earlier under those bobbers over there on that forward-facing sonar. We've seen Patrick Walters utilizing it, Trent Palmer. Really all of our top 5, Ron, Taylor, they're all utilizing it in some way. Maybe not directly casting at fish, but to give them confidence to stay in the area. And like he's saying, he's got a lot of support on his side, and we do too here at the NPFL. And one of our sponsors is a forward-facing sonar expert, and that is the Bass Tank. And we're gonna check in with what makes the Bass Tank tick with John Hookup Soakup.
Hey everyone, John Soakup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first Follow event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the bass tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Michael Cat staring at that forward-facing sonar.
There we go. That's a good one.
Staring at a boat up rod more times than he's not.
I'm telling you, man.
Looks good. Decent. Oh, now he's gonna get tied up in all my stuff. Don't hang stuff over the side rail. Tip of the day.
You notice how fat all these
Oh,
fish
girthy, boy, they're eating. Feed bag on.
Oh yeah. This is takeout number one for sure. 2.7. 2.7. I'll take out number one.
He is just that 4 or 5 pound bite away from maybe not being right where he was at yesterday, but certainly being.
But with this call here, he should be around that 14 pound mark, give or take.
Good little healthy fish. Now to get this mess undone. Oh, that wasn't a mess. But I do need to keep that in the
hot
boat.
mess of the day right there, I think. He's a candidate for it.
He's a candidate, but let's not get crazy. The day's early yet.
Michael, we're gonna.
I did. I think that periodic stuff, they just see it, and changing up colors makes a huge difference. I mean, I just went back to the original color that I was throwing at first, and now I'm already getting bites again on it. So I have one more color, but I'd normally change it up until the end of the day when the sun. But I mean, it's not cloudy. It was a lot cloudier. We'll see what happens. Why change something when it's working?
It's a great tip right there from Michael, fishing basically the same cast, the same 2 or 3 casts over and over and over all day, and fish get conditioned. He's changing it up, and it's working for him right there. And of course, they're seeing baits from Matt Massey as well. We're going to jump over to second place pro Taylor Watkins second in the Progressive Angler of the Year race as of yesterday, and second in the tournament standings coming into today.
Just fishing new water. I don't know, I guess the wind's blown out my main area. My secondary stuff, same deal. I mean, there's just 1 foot waves just rolling in on all of it. The wind's blowing so hard. I don't know. I mean, in Florida, usually whenever that wind's blowing in on a place like that, it usually just kills it. And so I'm pretty sure that's kind of what's happened. We're just gonna start fishing new water. I don't know, I mean, that was kind of really all I had from practice that was really good. I mean, I've gotten some bites in some other areas and stuff, but not the quality that we need. So, it's just what we gotta do. We just gotta start hunting. And just go practicing. Hopefully we stumble into something here shortly, and I don't know, it don't seem like this wind's gonna lay down at all, so we're just kind of stuck with what we got. I mean, we got a small limit. You know, a big fish would go a really long ways right now, and just hoping that we can find some bites somewhere. They're gonna bite, I mean, they're biting somewhere. We just gotta go find it. I don't know. This is the part that stinks, whenever you got a good plan and, you know, things come together one day and the next day they don't. You just gotta put your head down and grind through it and stay positive. That's what we're trying to do, is stay positive. Just hunt around, peck around, keep moving. We'll find them somewhere. We'll catch some by the end of the day.
Taylor's a confident guy, but you can hear that. He's trying to stay positive, but when that plan goes out the window, it's tough. And in this situation as a tournament angler, all of y'all watching that fish tournaments, you certainly know that feeling. There's no worse feeling than, all right, I was gonna do this was gonna be my first stop, my second stop, my third stop, and when it goes awry, it can really mess with you, and Taylor's got a lot on the line. He's got a limit in the boat.
He does have a limit, that's one good thing.
A couple big bites obviously go a long ways in Florida, so he had one over 6 yesterday, another one right at 5. These guys spend 3 full days of practice trying to lay out a game plan so they don't have to scramble near as much. You know, they check every bit of the fishable water they can to try to find the areas that are loaded with fish. And when you have to get in that search mode on tournament day, for a lot of folks, it just makes it difficult. But if anybody in our field will turn it around, it'll be Taylor.
Yeah, I was looking to see where old Timmy Reams is at today. He hasn't put a fish into that beat down Mount Way Live tracker just yet. But you know, Timmy, he's sitting in second for that Progressive AOY coming into this event. Not having a good day yesterday didn't help him at all. He's got Taylor Watkins up there in contention, but Gary Atkins seems to be the one making the most out of it. Came into the event leading that Progressive AOY, and after a good day yesterday, still has him leading it by a good little gap. Taylor's really going to have to crack him. Gary's got to really fall off, but I don't see that happening. Like I was right earlier. I want to stand by it. Gary Atkins, Progressive AOY champion.
I love the confidence in the guy with the 30-point lead. He was chasing down reams most of the year.
Yeah.
And then in those last two smallmouth events, doubled down and is taking the lead. And this was a question mark event. You know, Gary's an accomplished angler, but he had two right in his wheelhouse, right? Fastball right down the middle for him. But he has certainly figured it out. Taylor's going to make a move, and we're going to take a look at how this Angler of the Year race has unfolded. Got a little Angler of the Year, progressive Angler of the Year video.
He is first in your progressive Angler of the Year point.
Timmy Reams from Morgantown, West Virginia.
How about it for Timmy Reams?
I'm in second right now, 14 points behind Mr. Atkins.
All right, Timmy Reams, he's already got a limit in the boat. The thing just kicked off. He just coaled up a really nice coal too.
AOI win is huge. I mean, that's what you fish for all year. Fishing against these guys, you can't have bad days. It's hard. I mean, it's really hard. My wife and my little girl are coming down, so the trophy might have to ride in the front seat with me all the way home.
Put your hands together for Gary Atkins.
Gary Atkins, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
16 pounds, 7 ounces, your winner right there. 51 pounds, 13 ounces, Gary Atkins.
What winning AOI means to me would mean a lot. I mean, as far as getting into that first place position, it's been a long season. It's been a battle. Going north, I was able to win on Saginaw, which really boosted me up into, I believe it was second place. We went to Erie, I finished second there, which gave me the lead. So it's been a battle all year. Being competitive is the most important thing, being consistent. Angler of the Year is being consistent, and that's where I'm at now. I'm leading it, and I just need to hold Timmy off for one more tournament.
That was a look coming into this tournament. We thought it was a two-man race between Timmy and Gary, and then Timmy stubbed his toe a little bit day one. Taylor made up a huge gap and was able to slide into second, just a little over 20 points behind Gary. But really, Gary today, with what we're seeing, another solid limit in the boat, unofficially in the top 10 right now, kind of pulling away from the others right now. Taylor having a tougher day. Timmy hasn't reported on the Way Live app like you mentioned just a few minutes ago, but both of those guys, Timmy and Gary, anybody in the top 10, they've had a fantastic year. And I think that it's been said many times in professional angling, but the Angler of the Year trophy means so much more to an angler than everybody wants to win. That's fine. $50,000, obviously a shield, but to win that Progressive Angler of the Year Golden Shield, you had to go through 18 days on the water and never miss a beat. No matter the conditions that were thrown at you, starting in Kentucky, going to Lake Hartwell, going to Watts Bar, which was a stingy tournament, going to Saginaw, 2 smallmouth tournaments in a row, Sandusky, and then to finish down here in Florida at a time of year that's unknown to a lot of our anglers. Whoever hoists that trophy, I mean, my hat's off to them.
Absolutely, man. One thing we talked about when we did see the schedule come out and we talked about the progressive AOI was versatility. Whoever wins it definitely has the versatility.
And they earned it.
No doubt.
And we said the same thing last year. You know, that can be said for a lot of schedules in professional fishing, but ours, I feel like with the gaps we have time-wise between the terms, we have 6 events, and they are spaced out, you know, different seasons. You know, we had a wintertime event this year, and we're ending with a fall event in Florida, but you had anything from deepwater smallmouth in there, sight fishing event at Lake Hartwell. You know, we had a lot of fish on the beds. Watts Bar was a ledge fishing, shallow grass kind of combination. These guys have had to do it all this year, duking it out in that top 10. And we've seen a lot of the same names in that top 10 all year. The John Sokups, Bryant Smiths, Logan Millsap's a newcomer to us this year. He's been in that top 10 all year long. Yeah, so have to give all those guys a lot of credit. Palmer made his way into the top 10 yesterday.
Well, you saw Palmer in that highlight reel right there. He was set on stage until Gary come up there and pull the rug from under him.
Two smallmouth events in a row that Trent almost won. Gary just barely edged him out there at Saginaw, a place we're going to again next year.
Can't wait for that.
The 2022 schedule is, or 2023, excuse me, is
strong.
It's going to be a good time. A lot of windshield time. A lot, again, diversity.
That's right.
Starting down almost in Mexico and going to end the year in Georgia. on
Lake Amistad.
Yeah. That one's an unknown for us.
You got 5? I know. Yeah, I'm just gonna go camp. My Trent's Point's blown out. Yeah, bad. So, I'm just gonna.
Got what you needed from it yesterday. You had 3 5-pounders.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go sit down in that grass and just figure them out. I mean, they're in there.
I'm thinking about locking out a Toho because that's the only other thing I do, and it's just like obviously tough. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Justin Kimmel there. The trio, Patrick Walters, Trent Palmer, and Justin, they've roomed together all year. They've all three had a fantastic season here in the league, and you can hear them strategizing a little bit, talking it out. And Justin's he's a positive guy. He's trying to tell Trent, hey man, you had that great bag yesterday. You just got to back it up. One of his areas is blown out. He said, hey, he gave you 3 5-pounders yesterday. That was a gift. You got to go back it up. And so that's always cool to see. Speaking of the trio, we're going to jump back out to Coach Walters, the head of the house this week, I would say, as of middle of the day here on day 2. Coach Walters got off to a quick start this morning with a limit. We think he's got somewhere in that 12-pound range from what we've seen. 12, 13 pounds.
It's about noon, 11:44. We're fishing offshore. Bite's been slow. I mean, we're getting a lot of fish to look at our bait, which is really good. We're just fishing isolated cover right this second. We're fishing shale. We're fishing isolated patches of grass. Really just trying to, we need a big bite. We got a solid limit of just like cookie cutters. Nothing big, nothing super small. But I think if we can get us a 5-pounder, 5 and up, we'll have us a good day. That's really what we're looking for now, is just one good kicker.
That speaks to how important that foundation, we always talk about that. You get that solid limit in the boat, it lets you fish a little more free. And I'd say you put Patrick plus forward-facing sonar, plus confidence on a lake with big bass like Toho, I think we'll see him get that done before that drive-through weigh-in. A little over 2 hours left in our coverage here, and lots more time. Some of our anglers don't even check in until 5 p.m. Eastern time this afternoon, so lots of time left out here on the Kissimmee chain. And we're going to take a quick break, check in with some sponsors, and we'll see you guys back on the other side for more live action from the city of Kissimmee.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Back in the boat with Patrick Walters, Lake Toho, here for stop number 6 of the National Professional Fishing League. Final event of the year.
It's been a long year, man. We started in February, going to end it in November.
You know, just kind of, we need to open it up and just start fishing a little more freer. I don't have as much weight as I want, so I'm kind of, you know, you're not uptight, but you're not fishing as effectively as we should. So that's why I really want to get one more good bite. If we can get a big bite, then I can slow down, kind of calm down a little bit, and then just fish. I mean, that's what we're doing right now, but it's still, they're sitting on the edge of this sucker.
From Walters, we're going to jump back down the Kissimmee chain to Michael Catt. Michael's sitting in
It's
the
hard to
same
watch
area.
that stuff, ain't it?
He's talking about your podcast.
remember one of your nunchuck videos.
You're probably right.
Unfortunately. You know, I mean, I feel like I could almost swing every one of these fish in if I keep them pegged and just swing them in. But it's a tough chance to take on something like that, because if you do that and you break off, I mean, there's rocks and everything. I got nicks. I mean, you got to be really careful. Constantly retying your line and being safe with it. So, like, there's, well, one just nicked it. Oh, he's got it. Oh. See, I really need this fish. Oh. Yes. Woo.
Michael decided not to go hand to hand with that one.
Chance of both flipping that thing. But that's how they're supposed to eat it.
Attaboy.
If all them other fish would have ate it like that, we wouldn't have that problem. Now I got a mess.
The cat daddy himself is slowly becoming the most dangerous guy in this tournament.
Thank you, Lord.
I'm telling you.
Well, the confidence is there. He's in the area. We've seen other big fish caught there this day.
Dad, that one's for you, bud. Love you.
Love you too.
Let's put him back. Just kidding.
Look, he's getting cocky out there.
Yeah, fine.
All right, let's weigh him up.
Tighten up, boy.
What you folks at home think that one weighs?
That's the first bass Fat Cat's ever seen. He doesn't know.
What we need.
4 3/4.
Number 1. 4-1.
Okay. He said he needed a 4-pounder. He got
it, man.
So
Calm
Michael hasn't been putting his weights in.
Calm down.
So let's do some quick math. I know you and I both struggle with that.
Oh, Lord. I'm keeping my shoes on.
You should.
Let's look at that coal, guys.
Look.
Yeah. Meat. So unofficially on our weigh live, he's got 20 pounds, 15 ounces, obviously. Started in 4th place, 1 ounce Pine Patrick.
What we got?
He's in 29th place. He's going to be, we've got,
Say goodbye
now
to
we've
this
got
little
Ron
fatty.
with
Remember
30.
that one? Big old fat belly.
They're all
Thank
so
you,
healthy.
sir.
We've got Ron at 37 pounds unofficially. He's going to be, where, 35-ish?
We need to give these fish a little juice.
Listen.
He's going to give them a drink of that G-Juice, and we're going to jump back over to Georgia's Trent Palmer.
That stuff, awesome. G-Juice. I'm not sponsored by them, but that stuff man, it works so good.
Over there, and then we're going to get back to where we started, and just hope to God something happens.
All right, let's see if that Kimmel pep talk
Holy crap, there's a lot of fish here.
helps out at all. Mm.
I don't care at this point in time as long as they're fish. They're loaded right there. As long as we get 5 and Georgia beats Tennessee this weekend.
Oh, do not do that to me, Trent Palmer. Go Big Orange.
Yeah. And I hope Luke Duncan hears me.
Well, I do, buddy. Loud and clear. You get my Rocky Top self fired up in here. I won't even be able to think straight.
Old worm bite. They didn't bite here yesterday, but if they bite here today, I'll be cool with that. I mean, dude, they're loaded right here.
You know, Trent this year covering him in several
They were
events.
stacked in here yesterday. I literally couldn't get them to bite, so. I also wasn't overly patient with them yesterday either.
We've seen him be able to adjust on the fly and change it up. We saw it at Saginaw Bay. Remember, his area got blown out. He went in largemouth fish.
He had the trolling motor out of the water and caught one with the trolling motor out of the water.
Trent, back over to our unofficial leader, Ron Johnson.
Hook's not exposed. What's that?
You're up, baby.
Well, it's been a rough day. You know, as far as the numbers go, the action has not been there, and kind of what I had feared or predicted first thing this morning is this wind, the way it was blowing out of the north straight down on top of all of my fish. It kind of dirties this water up, gets a lot of sediment in it, and these fish do not like the water getting dirty. And unfortunately, a lot of the areas that I had were on the side of the lake where, must be a crappie in there. I'm fishing a brush pile in front of me here. I did lose a pretty good one in practice out here. But yeah, it's just been really slow going. I mean, we've been mixing it up. Been seeing some fish, targeting them with crankbaits, trying a swim jig. Caught a few right in a row on this Zoom worm. I had downsize, and I'm actually just casting a 1/4 ounce Zoom June bug finesse worm up on the edge of the grasses and then slowly reeling it. And if I let it fall, hitting it, or they'll follow it on. But the action for me has not been there. I mean, it's not going to be a 40, 50 fish day like yesterday, but you know, hey, we still have time left. Anything can happen. It is, you know, 12 o'clock. So you just got to stay positive in this game, because all it takes is pulling up one spot, and which I did in practice in 3 casts. You know, you have an 8 and a 6 and a 5, and completely changes. So we're just going to fish really hard to the end, and I'm going to kind of just bounce around the lake. We're probably going to move here in about a minute. Feel bad for poor Scott. I having him getting some exercise in today. He was my camera guy, but we are sorry we're unable to provide you some of that awesome footage from yesterday, but hey, that's the way it goes, and it's fishing, right? Hero one day, and gotta grind it out, and that's what I have to do today.
All good vibes, man. He's a realist.
Hey, he's still, I mean, got Cat making a charge. You've got Walters with a solid limit in the boat on the hunt for a big one, but Ron's in control. He's got a limit
out of
in
here.
the boat.
We can go find some new grounds that aren't all muddied up.
Ron's gonna make a run, and we're gonna take a run to look at the highlights from so far, what we're seeing on day 2 here. Stop number 6 at the NPFL, the finale in Florida. Slow and steady this morning. Guys are starting to put things together.
Start doing
this lunchtime hour.
Do a little adjusting, right?
Sure.
That wind different than yesterday. Starting to figure it out.
And in a multi-day event like these, you have to do that. I don't care what fishery you're on, you're always gonna have to change something up, whether it's fishing pressure, a weather change, or the fish just being stubborn. You always have to make some adjustments, and our top 5 anglers that we're covering today certainly have had to all day long. These fish are keeping them on their toes. Even Michael Catt, who has spent most of the day in the same area, he's still changing colors.
Get him, son.
Sharing water with Matt Massey, and Matt was able to put this stud in the boat a little earlier. Making me nervous.
No doubt.
There you go.
Attaboy. Healthy one right there.
There's one thing about it, when they swing down there in that river, they're all healthy.
I better not do that.
Michael's 1 ounce off of that 21-pound mark yesterday, 20 pounds, 15 ounces.
Don't make me look like a fool. That's a lot better than I thought.
We saw him lose one earlier just like that, so he got that one in there. Yeah, man, Michael's having a good day. It's finally starting to warm up for him.
I'm so sick of tired.
There it is.
He's lost two nice fish.
A big one.
Patrick Walters. This is a fish we haven't seen from Walters that we were on somebody else he may have caught here, Fat Cat.
Yeah,
I don't remember this struggle.
It's a very tense situation we're dealing with right now.
This may be the one that he's been looking for all morning.
And he's got a good limit for most of the morning, 12, 13 pounds. Talking about head hunting, just getting a good kicker.
Oh, he just hooked sideways. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Buddy.
Okay, dramatic for no reason. I get it though.
Oh.
He had it snatched up. There's a look at it, the golden shield that all of our anglers are chasing in that Progressive Angler of the Year race. Of course, we're gonna give out one of those famous regular shields too, the red, white, and blue here, along with $50,000 tomorrow and Showdown Saturday. And B, it's like a prize fight, man. They're trading blows with these Florida bass, and so far, the big ones are kind of giving it to our anglers today.
Yeah, man. I don't even know what. So Ron Johnson, Taylor Watkins, that was our first place, second place coming into day two.
The drama, yeah.
The drama was going to exactly fizzled out. You're seeing the wind, you're seeing the chop in those spots. They kind of moved away from those, and yeah, dude. Michael Cat seems to be where the big ones are that are willing to bite. Because like you said, we heard Patrick Walters earlier said he sees them on his graph. Trent Palmer is seeing them on the graph. It's just enticing them to climb on.
And will our guys collide with that window? You know those fish will bite at some point during the day. They're
Do you
probably
though?
going to feed.
Will they?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Good.
I
I just
would
need some
think so.
positive reinforcement.
We saw a little bit of a window this morning with Patrick, but Trent, who was right within inside of him, didn't have the same window, it seemed like. Now, he did hook a big one and lose it, but Patrick was getting bites a little more steady than Trent was through that window. But I think this afternoon, like what we're seeing with Michael, man, he's catching them. Those fish are really positioning in his area. That pattern, though, I said this morning, out of our 5 cameras, he's the only one that we have today fishing that current-related pattern that I really expected coming to the end of this event. Just with some history in Florida, talking to some guys down there before the event that are locals, I really thought this was going to play for a lot more guys, and Michael is mining that right into, potentially another top 5 going into tomorrow, Showdown Saturday.
You're right, because coming into this event, that's one thing we did hear a lot about was current, was the bass positioning themselves in certain places that were kind of out of place for this time of year.
That's right.
Like we talked about, the high water level, all the current, all the locks being drained, all the spillways, full pull, just trying to lower those levels of water, generating that current. But it seems like as the week has progressed, the current has kind of let up. Those fish have kind of moved from this pinch point or wherever the case may be. Where they are today doesn't mean they're going to be there tomorrow.
That's right.
Because there's a lot of things going on.
Changing constantly. And I think if you're a guy like Ron Johnson, as the fishing has gotten tougher, at least for our top 5 today, for what we're seeing, that 26 pounds is going to really, really set you apart. You just kind of, he's got to play small ball now and make sure he's getting those bites in the boat that he's getting, and he can take this thing home on Showdown Saturday. But there are a lot of guys that have something to say about that. We're going to take a look at it right now on our unofficial top 10 leaderboard, our Way Live leaderboard. Of course, this is not going to show Michael Cat because he hasn't entered his weights that we know of at last time we checked, B. He's not entered those. We've got Patrick Walters who hasn't entered as well. So they're going to be in this mix. But Ron Johnson on top, 37 pounds, 9 ounces unofficially. Bryant Smith backing up that big 19-pound day yesterday with another solid bag of fish so far today on day 2. Bryant's in second place. Taylor Watkins still hanging around. He had 23 pounds yesterday. He's got that limit in the boat. Third place, so he's still not out of the hunt. Maybe between the ears he feels like he is because it's a lot tougher day. He's had to scramble around, but Taylor certainly in the mix. Arkansas's Josh Ray in the mix as well. He was yesterday. We talked about that on the last update. Way Live yesterday, you and I are checking it while we're traveling, trying to get to the studio, and he's catching them. Right outside of our top 10 coming into today and right in the mix going into the later hours here on day 2. Dustin Smith, another guy that's been hanging around that top 10, still in the mix. Keith.
Come on.
Are we surprised? Are we surprised?
No, I think the only thing a lot of us were surprised by is that we didn't see him on camera today.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of guys were expecting to see him do better. But with that being said, him being so familiar with this place and it being different now because of the high levels of water, we're talking about this isn't the same Kissimmee it was the same time last year.
That's right. He told me that it's changed a lot. A lot of his favorite areas have been blown out by the hurricane or the grass has been affected and changed. But I will say this, he and I were texting the other night, and he said, I haven't seen a bass over 3 pounds since I've been here. I said, oh, well, I look forward to interviewing you before day 2 because you'll be on camera because you're a liar. I was giving him a hard time. He dropped 17 pounds on the scales yesterday, which had him right outside the top 10. Today, another solid limit in the boat, and that is not a guy any of our field wants to see anywhere close going into Showdown Saturday. I will assure you, if he gets in the top 5, look out. That could definitely be a guy that hoists a shield tomorrow. Scott the Thriller Siller, somebody that's familiar with hoisting a shield. We saw him do it at Sandusky Bay, our last event. Michael Yoder, Dustin Williamson, and our Angler of the Year leader, Gary Atkins, doing what he can to lock that shield down today, that golden Progressive Angler of the Year shield. Any surprises there? Other than the fact that Patrick and Michael Catt aren't in the top 10 unofficially because they haven't entered their weights.
Yeah, and that's what's going. Yeah, I was shocked to see Keith Carson because I've been watching it, monitoring this morning and everything to see him jump up.
Stay on it.
Yeah, dude, I'm on there looking. Keith Carson, boom, shot up there. So if he's on a roll, man, I feel sorry for everybody involved because if anybody can bring in a 30-pound sack here, I think Keith is the guy.
And I got to say, I mean, we're not trying to build hype, build drama.
Oh, yeah, we are.
I mean, we are a little bit. But you are on the Kissimmee chain of lakes. We saw a 26-pound bag yesterday. These fish are so grouped up. A 30-pound bag would not surprise anybody.
Agreed.
I mean, at all. And Keith, certainly, he knows where to find those in Florida. He is a veteran all over the country, but man, he knows these waters better than most likely anybody in our field. So Keith Carson going to be a threat going into Showdown Saturday, potentially looks like, but a guy that's a threat today, Michael Catt. We're going to get back out on the water to the Cat Man, Fat Cat's family.
Because
Michael Catt.
Dang, man, they're not holding on to it. They're so picky.
Got to sink his claws into
They're
him.
being so picky. No. Like they'll eat it and just like spit it out, eat it, spit it out.
We've heard Michael say that a lot today.
That's the shell cracker when you get that really.
And
that's them shell crackers there.
It's a lot of fish. This area is just alive.
Can you break down exactly what we're looking at? Like, where are they? Why is there current here? What's going on for the folks at home that don't realize?
He's on point. The cat. I feel like he's calling his shots at this point.
I didn't get to see him. I don't know how big he is. He feels good. Come up so I can see you a little bit.
Now we've seen him lose 2 decent ones this morning. There you go.
He should call. I'm gonna say he's gonna call. I don't know. You get them in the boat and then they get smaller.
Just another fatty though.
Some of them eat it, some of them don't eat it. Man, I have got to do something. I'm looking like a fool doing this. Boy, he is bleeding. That or me? Which one's bleeding, me or him?
Hey, they'll get you.
Yeah, I might just let him go. He didn't call anyhow. He was
He
2-3
didn't call
and wouldn't call.
2-3. He's sitting solid 15 pounds.
I'd say he's getting close. He's feeling it too.
Yeah, he is.
2.8 is my smallest.
Break it down what he's fishing real quick for me.
So he's gone through the lock on the bottom end of Kissimmee into the head of the Kissimmee River down there, and he's just fishing below those spillways and that lock. So you get a flow. Anytime the lock opens, obviously you get water discharge, but where they're spilling from all the flooding, you've got that water moving. And there are obviously always fish that live in these canals and in the river, but when you get that current, it just makes them get in certain places where those largemouth are like me. They're lazy. They're not going to exercise. They're not going to fight. They want to get out of it. But at the same time, it washes bait fish in there to them too. So that's kind of what you're seeing here.
5-pounder.
And this doesn't just happen right here. It can happen below the lock coming out of Toho. It can happen just in the canals themselves.
5-pounder.
They're lined with riprap. Most of the canals, like the canal between Toho and Cypress and Hatch-Mahal, Hatch-Mahal and Kissimmee.
10-pounder.
I'm interrupting Michael's singing. But you get current flow in all those canals, but this is where it ultimately all kind of comes to a head and dumps into the Kissimmee River. And then, the Kissimmee River then flows all the way down to Okeechobee. So a lot of movement. But this is something that really, it's not a scenario that plays a ton in national tournaments that you've seen over the years. Every now and then you see it. These canals can be great in the wintertime because they've got deeper water, obviously, where they've been dredged out, but there's always a lot of bass around, but they can get kind of spread out. There's nothing to concentrate them, and that's what the current's doing. So it's just a perfect scenario. He said earlier he wants to put that bait on the dinner plate, and that's kind of what he's been doing all morning. But you see, we've got 3 guys right here within sight of them. There may be some more below them that we can't see in the current as well. Like swing and a miss.
Dang, worm snatchers.
I like me some Michael Cat.
Oh yeah,
that's a good time.
Like 7 of my worms.
I had a chance to chew the fat with him down at iCast in the Arc Rod booth. He's part of Arc Rod.
My
I
hook
just
is
happened
as
to be
sticky as it can
moseying
get.
through.
It's not my hook.
Definitely a cool cat. Looking forward to coming here, rightfully so.
But again, it could be shellcracker doing that, grabbing it, running with it, and ripping them off. Or bluegill, big bluegill.
Yeah, the ones we saw boys in the bank catching, they're big enough to do it too, son.
Y'all done got a cooler full? Oh, you didn't keep them little guys? That's right. Man, they just.
Michael getting a lot of bites
It's
down
in my
there.
worm. Oh my gosh.
From
They
Michael,
are
we're going to
worm
jump
filling full.
to commercials, and we're going to have a little Trent Palmer uninterrupted coverage up on Toho while we check in with our sponsors. And that uninterrupted coverage is going to be brought to you by Fully Loaded. We'll see you guys back on the other side for more live action from the Kissimmee chain.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard to find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Now this is what Florida's supposed to look like. We've been looking at a lot of open water today. Michael Catt down there in the current, but Trent Palmer got the big rod out, the big weight.
Big braid.
And that's a smart move, high pressure. There's a lot of these fish that stay under this stuff all year down here. It's just about making the right drop. In Florida, one of the most important things a lot of times is a mix of vegetation. And you can see that right here. You got all sorts of different types of grass coming together.
You find some milfoil hitting eel or something like that, or
Yeah, that can be huge. Just that combination, whether it's Kissimmee grass mixed with lily pad, whatever the case is, something to kind of break up the monotony sometimes, because vegetation's not hard to find down there. That is definitely very typical Florida, and I thought we'd see more of that too. I thought the mat flipping would really be something that guys wouldn't be getting a lot of bites with, but we would see some of our leaders certainly doing that after day one, but not the case. Well, Trent's going to make a move. We're going to make a move over to James Worldwide Watson, and he is caught up with Josh Ray, who's unofficially in our top 5, the Arkansas Pro.
We're on Lake Toho now, caught up with Josh Ray. He's got about 16 some odd pounds in the live well. Of course, I've got to ask him what's going on. Hey, he's up here flipping this grass line. I said, Josh, have you caught all your fish doing this today? And he said, no. He said, I had to give my offshore a break. Caught all my fish offshore on a spook, all right? Catching them on top. How about that? For such a diverse fishery, we've seen it all out here on the water. Now we're on Toho. Earlier we've been on Kissimmee. Guys are mixing it up. Definitely when we went through the lock, there was 40, we were boat 45, so 44 other boats ahead of us through the lock into Kissimmee. The rest of them right here on Toho, we're going to catch up with some of them.
Just over 90 anglers fishing in the field this week. So half went to Kissimmee, Hasnaha, or Cypress, so half the field up here in Toho. Josh Ray, like I said, picking up that big rod, and you know, you might not get a lot of bites doing this, but this could be how you could catch an 8+ pounder.
And this is the time to do it, right? You got a live well, you got 16 pounds in the live well, now it's time to go head hunting.
Yeah, you definitely don't, you know, if you haven't been getting a lot of bites doing this in practice, and for most of the guys I talked to, this hasn't been a prevalent pattern for them. Even though a lot of them tried it, this area is known for it, it's not really been the deal. So you can't go do it until you got that foundation, like you said, but offshore fishing with the spook, I hate we missed that, but if Josh keeps catching them and hangs around that top 5, we'll get to see that tomorrow. Showdown Saturday, the final showdown Saturday.
Final. As the second season of the National Professional Fishing League comes to an end, after the weigh-in tomorrow, Progressive Angler of the Year will be crowned, and a Kissimmee Chain champion.
Somebody's going to take home $50,000 with that shield. Somebody's going to win the Progressive Angler of the Year, just like you said. More than 30 guys going to go home with a fat paycheck this last event of the year. And I'd imagine most of them are going to go home, go deer hunting, duck hunting, get some rest, and get ready for season 3 to kick off on Lake Amistad down on the Mexican border. That one's going to be interesting. They're in a drought, got low water. There hasn't been a pro event there in a long time.
Said the water levels are steadily picking up.
Coming up, yeah.
Man. Should be in good shape by the time we get there.
I hate to look ahead when we've got Toho right here in front of us, but man, I'm getting excited about that schedule.
Yeah, man. Amistad, then follow that up with old Texarkana. Right,
Josh Ray's probably excited about that one.
Yeah.
Not too far from his house. Boat to boat with Josh Ray. We're going to get back out to our leader, Ron Johnson, who's had to kind of scramble today to put together a limit to keep him unofficially up top. A little boat, more boat to boat. So Chad Randall's there in the background. Todd Goad. If you've ever been to Kissimmee, you know this area. And every tournament I've ever fished here, this is what it looks like. This many boats stacked up. This is where the canal comes into Kissimmee, coming from Hatchnahall, and there's some shells out there, a little drop off, and there's always a crowd for good reason. Lots of bass live in this area.
All right.
He's ready to make a move.
We're out.
We've tried to spend some time with our tournament leader this afternoon, but he says no, sir. Every time we come to him, he's moving around, trying to make adjustments, trying to get a couple more good bites on the boat.
Wish we had a real long day. Probably would spend.
He did. He had a long day yesterday, shorter day today. And
we're gonna make our way up where some better fishable water and some different opportunity for us.
We're gonna jump back over to Michael Catt.
Baby.
Oh,
come on, baby.
Familiar position for Michael Catt.
In action.
Yes!
Oh, baby.
Needed that. Yeah! That was for my boys back home. I can't call y'all all out, but you know who you are.
Yes, sir. Michael Catt.
Good deal.
I'll name a few because I didn't give them props the other day. Cody Haddon, Ryan Crowley, Levi Crossway, that one's for y'all. Adam Hall, all you boys. That one's for you.
That's cool, man.
Man, I needed that. Oh.
Give it to us,
410, baby. 410.
I'll say close to a fiver there.
Let's go.
The Cat Daddy.
That's 2 fish for almost 9.
Bad. Pretty. That's a healthy fish right there.
2.8. That's a pretty good coal.
Doing all right.
2-pound coal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that coal.
Good trade.
Oh, come here. Look at the difference in the color in them. It's awesome. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna put this one below you, bud.
Confidence is coming through. Plan is working. We've seen Matt Massey catch some big ones in this area. Michael Catt, they're here. They are here, and look, when you look at the unofficial weights and you put Michael in there with what we think he's got, which now 2-pound coal. I mean, I'd like to ask. Yeah, let's see what he thinks he's got estimated weight here.
Update is don't ever give up. I'm not gonna lie, I stressed out earlier. I did a couple things I probably shouldn't have done, trying to land a 4.5 pounder and another one that came off, and I just caught almost a 5-pounder. That puts me up there, still doing the same thing, not gonna change nothing. I'm almost to the 20 mark. Once we hit that, we're gone. Save it for tomorrow, but still doing the same thing, just switching up colors and being persistent, being patient, and they're coming.
I guess that answered our question. Almost to the 20 mark.
It also helps when you have your traveling partner right next to you. And he's calming you down. And he's helping you out, just saying, calm down, calm down. I appreciate that, Matt Massey.
Matt Massey's one of the good ones out here.
He is, man.
We love
solid
Matt
dude.
Massey. So if we got close to 20, what we calling that 18? Call it 18.
Uh-oh, hold up again.
Welcome to
back, let's go, big 5. Come on, big 5. Oh, no, he ain't a 5, but. Oh, he might call that other 2. He's getting boat flipped. He's hooked good. Right in there.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to
He's two.
Kissimmee
He
Chain
might
of
call
Lakes
that one.
and the Michael Cat Show.
No
I
doubt.
have one more 2-pounder I need to get rid of. Oh, he's bleeding bad. See, some eat it, some don't.
I'll let Michael sort it out, and we're going to jump back over to
Holy
Patrick
smokes, right there off
Walters.
the end of it.
Started the day in third, just 1 ounce ahead of Michael Cat, and they're both trying to run down Ron Johnson, who laid 26 pounds on that scales with Big Al McCullough yesterday afternoon, but having a little bit tougher day
He's a
weight-wise.
giant, or a good one at least.
Heard Ron say he wish he had more time, but last time we went to him, he was
of them
running
on it.
around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to figure something out. And, you know, doing this with you for so long, Fat Cat, it's amazing. Hook it up.
It's not that big.
When he was looking at the graph and said it's a big,
Healthy. Taking a poop right in my boat.
Might be starting to fire a little bit for Patrick there too in this afternoon. One thing's for sure, Patrick's got more fishing time than the guys down on Kissimmee because he's right there in Toho. Doesn't have far to go. What I was saying before we were rudely interrupted by Coach Walters catching one is the range of emotions and the guys you cover depending on what's happening in their day. And we all feel that as fishermen when you're actually on the water, but when we get to live it through NPFL Live, and Michael Cat's just all of it. He's joking and cutting up and boat flipping them, but a couple hours ago he was mad at himself and upset because he's losing them. And you go through it with these guys, and it's the beauty of live. We get to live it.
Even earlier, hearing Taylor Watkins talk about how things were going, and
Yeah.
you could hear it in his voice.
The frustrations.
Yeah.
And
I gotta try to catch one on the worm again. There's just so many down there. One of us has got to eat a worm.
see, that's scary. You know, hearing him talk about how many fish are in this area. It's the same with Michael. He's like, well, they're everywhere. You can see them on live. He's constantly getting bites.
Who the heck is this guy?
Look at this guy.
Better be a local.
Uh-oh. A little customization. He's hitting it with the marker, hitting it with the bait fuel. A little bit more cloud cover than we've seen all day, too.
Okay, good.
He's worried about that other guy sliding in on the goods.
What do you say? Call
Which
it
will make him run suicides.
I've seen buzzards.
You'll have that.
Need to go to a bigger weight.
Well, every once in a while, it's not even to come in and take your juices. Who is that? That guy got a camera on his boat? Who is it? You know, slide up in there and check them out. And then when you see who it is, oh yeah, hit a waypoint.
hooked up. That one sounds strong. It's mean.
Smoked it. Felt big.
What do you think that mustache smells like now after that shiner this morning, marinating in the sun?
Buddy.
Little worm bite.
Straight flavor.
I'll take a worm bite. They're down there sitting on that edge. I can see them. It's a drop of the grass right there. I know there's a giant down there. We just got to figure out what it's going to take to catch her.
We're going to jump over to Patrick's roomie.
I kind of want to reposition,
Georgia's
but I
Trent
don't.
Palmer. Up on Toho, trying to mine this offshore hydrilla for all it's worth. Dragging around really slow, unlike the Tennessee Volunteers offense. In fact, yeah, it's really fast, high pace, puts up a lot of points.
Sheesh. I'm not getting involved in any of that, dude. Y'all college football.
He called me out. I can't help it.
That's between y'all.
And I can talk that, you know, the game's not till showdown Saturday, tomorrow. Hooked up, Trent Palmer. And he's got work to do, so I can talk crap here in the studio. Every bite matters to Trent right now. He's having a little tougher day for sure, with numbers of bites. I think that's 4 for Trent. So he still doesn't have 5 in the box. Closer to 1 o'clock. Trent re-rigs. We're going to jump over to our leader, Ron Johnson.
Oh, Ron Juan.
A slow afternoon for Ron, and I think he did most of his damage from what he was telling us in the afternoon yesterday.
I mean, back in high school in Miami Vice was cool. You know, in the 90s, they'd call me Don Johnson. I haven't heard that in a long, long time, no.
Sorry, I'm old.
Yeah, hey, we're probably about the same. Got a lot of fish here. Problem is, they've probably seen a lot of pressure, too. What's that?
Just gotta find that fish at light pressure.
That's right. I got something else I'm gonna try here for him.
So we moved a lot today, Ron.
Yeah, a lot more than I expected. They are, yeah. Some of the ones that we're running today are definitely places where I had, you know, a few fish here and there, you know, quality. This was a spot, you know, I hit it later in the day, and they were busting and pushing fish right out of the channel, right up on this shell bed. And I ended up catching a couple, you know, 3.5s. I didn't get anything really big here, but I was actually catching them on a Carolina rig and in a fluke. So I'm gonna pick a fluke up, being that I saw that one chasing bait. I usually end up picking up some mussels on this bed too, which I'll hook one and I'll show you what I'm pretty sure one will clamp down on me anytime now. And so this isn't like an old shell bed, you know, where they're all open and just deposits of the shells. They're still alive here. Buck's still running around with that pole down. I guess it's a busted one. I mean, there's a lot of fish here. A lot of fish. Casting this light fluke in the wind may not be a great idea. Let's see if I have it on a spinning rod. Bounced around in here a little bit today. Come on out of here. There you go.
Got the shotgun?
Yeah, right. That's in my other rod. Like that, and Pro V bend hook for some weight. For some reason they haven't really wanted a swim bait, but they will hit a soft jerk bait. You kind of just let it come with the current, twitch it, let it slowly fall and bounce along the shells. We're only in about 4.5 to 5 feet of water here. But casting this light deal in the wind would be a nightmare on a bait caster, so. There we go. Let's see if this works. Lots of fish here.
Prove it. Let's see it.
That cat wants you to prove it.
There you go, Scott.
I need Cat to run me out some of those old dino sticks. A little depth charge will definitely get them out here, I promise.
We'll fix you up.
I mean, you can see on my, I don't know if you can see that, my graph is pretty lit up right now. You can see these fish right here. Got a lot of water spots on there from our run, but you can see we got fish sitting right up off these shell beds right here. It's one of the great things about using an active target is you don't waste time. If I pull up here, those could be crappie right there, but they're pushing bait fish right up onto this shell bar. And one of them just busted just a few minutes ago. There's a nice big one sitting right there. Problem is I don't know what kind of pressure they've had. This is kind of a community hole, which is why I haven't fished it during the tournament yet. But you gotta believe you can catch them when other guys can't. And I'm gonna throw something else at them and give them a different look.
Ron's trying to make that soft plastic jerkbait work for him. to take a break and look at the sponsors that make it all possible here at the National Professional Fishing League. We'll have some uninterrupted coverage with Ron Johnson as we take a look at the sponsors, and we'll see you guys back out on the water in just a few moments for more NPFL Live.
On the other side.
The other side.
So, you're looking to buy fishing electronics, huh? Are you also looking for true experts to help guide you through it? Well, at the Bass Tank, you've come to the right place. We are live forward-facing sonar pioneers with thousands of hours spent learning through winning trophies, cashing checks, and just having fun. Whatever brand you need, we have it. We offer free shipping, and we have 2 financing options available. Our experts are here to help you. Call us today or visit thebasstank.com.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
So if you don't know about me, I was in the military for quite a while, and in that process I picked up the habit of chewing tobacco. I came across this stuff last year, midsummer, and started using it, and now I don't even use tobacco at all. If you don't know about Fully Loaded Chew, it's a non-tobacco product that contains nicotine. Fully Loaded Chew offers a variety of nicotine strengths. They have Fully Loaded, which is full nicotine, Half Cocked, which is half strength, and zero nicotine options for you. So if you're looking to completely kick the habit, they have something that's going to fit you. They have a variety of flavors. So if you're used to chewing a certain thing, they have something that's going to fit what you're used to also. To sign up for their monthly subscription service or to get your hands on any Fully Loaded Chew product, head to fullyloadedchew.com and grab some.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
You know, I noticed even watching television now, like you watch commercials and they play all the old stuff in the background, you know, on the commercials, and even the young kids now, even the nieces and nephews, you know, they like to listen to KISS and stuff, and they're like 18 years old or 17. I'm like, what do you guys know about this kind of stuff, you know? But they listen to all that when they made good music. All right, my brother, one more cast, and we are gonna have to roll it. I'm almost starting to wonder if it's just this, it's the front, or if it's just the pressure, or a combination of both on this spot, because there's a lot of fish here.
Will he only make one more cast?
If he gets bit, no.
Let's see.
There'll be multiples.
He's gonna make another cast.
But I even went down to a Ned rig in practice just to see if they'd hit it by being pressured. I could not get a bite on a Ned rig. Sure is.
Just joining us, Ron, still unofficially our leader today. He was the day one leader with 26 pounds, a little over 26 pounds. Not finding that kind of weight so far today.
All right, one more, just because I have to stay consistent.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm glad I didn't take a bet on
I was about to say, you don't trust a fisherman that says one more cast and only makes one more cast. No real fisherman does that. Fact. Good man, Ron.
These are some goofy looking shoes though, aren't they?
We've been talking about it.
You said you wear them too? Oh. They're comfortable as I'll get up.
Man.
Well, who ain't
Never been
rocking
much of a
dudes?
loafer guy.
Got the dudes on in the
I feel like Al Lindner up here, you know? That's all he ever wears.
I bet they smell like Walter's mustache. I ain't open that thing over here. Come on,
Patrick
man.
Walters tight shorts any day. Short shorts. Yeah. Bring back the NBA 1980s. All right, buddy.
Throwing shade
Rolling.
at Coach Walter's shorts.
Cage match.
Great guy. I don't know how he likes to wear those little shorts though. I'll have to ask him.
Ron's making a move. Jump back over to the Cat Daddy, Michael Cat. The new big cat.
King of the jungle.
Yeah.
King of the jungle today.
I like to call you the big cat, but I think you got knocked off your throne.
Let's not get crazy. All right, he's having a good day.
Yeah, I
Good
bet.
couple
What is
days.
he?
Listen.
Well, how big is he?
Prick.
Come on, man.
Little under the breath shot. Hey, congratulations. Thanks for sliding in here on my goods.
When people start seeing doing good, they move in on you. Ain't nobody practiced this spot but me.
Is that old boy that we saw earlier on the far side?
There's still something. Well, that may be Massey that's slid over there now. I guess it's a white
the same
boat.
color boat. I don't know.
I get it, man. You're doing work. You're in contention. You've got it figured out. If somebody hasn't been there all day and they decide at 1 o'clock to slide in on your goods, I got a problem with that. If I'm Michael, he's keeping his composure so far.
Right.
But we heard a little under the breath shot across the bow. I don't blame him. The boys on the
Do they talk
bank.
to you on the phone all the time, or is that just personal? Oh.
The boys on the bank that were brim fishing must have left, because that's where the guy slid up right where those guys have been sitting all day.
You're a good cameraman, Tom.
Shout out to Tom and all the camera crew.
Absolutely, man. They've done a great job.
Except for the Wombat. Got to give he's putting up with Watson today.
Yeah, he deserves a trophy himself for putting up a Watson all year.
Deserves a raise.
Need a 5 yonder. 5 yonder.
And a beer.
A lot of beer.
Watson probably has some in the boat, I'm guessing.
He's not really dragging. He's scooting it across. Just scooting it.
And he definitely keeps it moving. I just hope he starts saying boom goes
Still
the
waiting for
dynamite
that
when he
8
says
or
the
9
hook.
pounder to eat. I know there's one here.
That way he could be my favorite cat.
That'd be the best.
Be throwing Amish-made swim bait from Japan on them.
That's right.
Is that what you would do in this situation?
There's not a time like, oh man. Yep. Boom goes the dynamite. Never lost a fish fight.
Not what you're catching. What's my what? My smallest? 215, I think, something like that.
Who is that?
No, Massey's still
Oh,
right there with him.
yeah, interesting.
To me, it shows how many bass are in this area. You got, and we're not sure who's below Michael Cat there on that point, but he's getting bit. You got Massey to the left getting bit. Michael has set spot locked right here the entire day. A lot of fish right here. And certainly you got to think if it's an area he's just got to himself, it might get out of hand.
You know, in some cases, you kind of like to get off of it, let it breathe for a minute. But this situation, you get off of it, somebody's going to slide up on it. And
Massey with another fish.
good keeper, looks like.
Some big ones right here in front of me.
No help.
He's got a bag too.
Yeah, he does.
No wonder their buddy wants to be up there with him. He wants to join the party.
No doubt.
Can't blame him. All right, we're going to take a look back now at some of the highlights from the day. We're entering the final hour of NPFL Live here on the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes.
Ooh.
But a little bit more live action before we get to those replays from Michael Cat.
He's got bigger now. Ooh. He felt like a 2-pounder, now he doesn't. And he's not.
Attaboy.
He's like a solid, might call him a 215, I don't know.
Forget what I said about replays, guys. We like that live action.
I need some no-brainers. That's what I need. Oh, what the heck is he pooping out? Well, he's just got a cyst. I don't know what that is.
That was a little skinnier than we've been
It
seeing
is,
from him.
That
212.
that cyst.
That one might be on the Atkins diet.
Oh,
huh?
a little blockage. Got a hairball.
Nope. Back at it.
Just throw it on back.
He's getting a lot of bites today, too.
He is, man.
We'd like to thank him for getting in this area because it's been slow with a lot of our anglers we're covering today.
Yeah, man, he's been frisky today.
I love my arc rods. These things are amazing. I just told myself I need to switch up colors, and he ate, so I don't know.
Before Michael sets the hook again, we're going to take a look at these highlights from the day's work being done out there on the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes. Kissimmee, Florida.
Now we're talking. You let me and Watson get on that.
Nobody's making that mistake. You guys
Lock
are getting
hose
turned
and dump
away.
a clutch. Oh, we'd be up in the woods somewhere, ain't no doubt. Cat's on the prowl, man. He's been doing a great job today, following up a great day yesterday.
Didn't get to see him. I don't know how big he is. And he feels good.
Lost a couple good ones at the boat. He hasn't let that slow him
See
down.
you a little bit.
He certainly having that day you want to have after putting almost 21 pounds on the scales yesterday, backing it up with another consistent, solid bag. And that's what matters most in 3-day tournaments. Yeah, we all like to see those 25s and 26s, but you got to back them up.
That's right. Speaking of that, Patrick Walters trying to back his up. He's got a good limit in the live well, 15-ish, something like that. So he's out there head hunting, trying to get that good kicker. So he goes across those scales today, 20 plus.
Patrick fully committed to this offshore, forward-facing sonar, jerk bait for the most part. We've seen him do some work with the top water, Rapala X prop, but he's primarily jerk bait fishing.
He's caught some fish today.
Oh, and
Like
he's
you
been
said.
around him. We've heard him
Exactly.
say many times since early this morning. He's constantly been.
Like you said, working that jerk bait, said he had 5 different setups for the jerk bait on the bow of that boat, along with 13 other rods. Have mercy.
Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios. I'm Luke Duncan. Got Fat Cat Newton here with me, and we got James Worldwide Watson doing something. He's out on the water, but
he's bringing us the deets today. He's on a roll.
He has been absolutely doing a great job for us out there, and we've kept him off of an airboat somehow. I'm not sure how, but
day's not over yet,
and the tournament's not over. So Showdown Saturday, you can see him doing donuts around the leaders. We're not sure, but story of the day for me, as far as what we're seeing here on our 5 cameras, Michael Cat.
Without a doubt, man. Yeah, he's there. He's around them. And let me stop. We have other anglers that are around him too. Just the ones that Cat's around are actually wanting to eat, and they're the better quality.
And I feel like he, knowing this area, knowing what to do in this scenario, being a Florida guy, knowing that that current's going to position those bass, he's got the best setup right now, obviously the best line. And that's what it's about in the current or on any offshore spot, right? Like you've got to have that particular cast, and he's got 2 or 3 that he's getting to make more than the other guys. You got Matt Massey, who's his travel partner. It's called a great bag, and we're not sure who kind of slid in there into the mix just in the last few minutes, about 100 yards below
I think his name is Rick.
Rick slid right in there on the goods. Yeah, Rick with maybe a P right there. A lot of fish in the area, a lot of bait. I don't see that going away unless the current slows down, which could happen. But I really think Michael is going to make a big push going into Showdown Saturday.
I do too, because it seems like all the guys we have on camera today, our top 5 coming to day 2, all their patterns were disrupted by the wind, other things. But Michael Cat, same old for him. It seems like he really hasn't been that much of an adjustment that he's had to make compared to yesterday.
And I feel like the pressure in these other areas, they're hurting those fish. They're moving them around, but he's got pressure. But I feel like that area is just reloading so much it doesn't matter. We've seen him get a ton of bites. Lots of other guys throwing at the exact same area, but it's
Buddy,
not.
over his right shoulder, up on the bank, he had some fellas right there catching shell crackers off the bank, and he said on his electronics he could see the bass staged under him.
I bet.
It's
meal,
wild, man.
yeah.
But we also have not seen him like the other anglers. They've been forced to move around, do different things. We saw Michael Katz this morning throwing a big plug, doing things early on the far side of where he is now. But like, sheesh, man, for the past several hours, he's been set up shop,
same
marinating in the same area and doing work.
Well, one thing's for sure, we're only covering 5 guys. We need everybody in the field to be filling out that Way Live tracker so we can get a better look at it. But let's take a glance at the unofficial leaderboard in this final hour of live coverage here. The Way Live leaderboard brought to you by Beat Down Mounts. I'm going to take a quick look at that right now. And unofficially, Michael Catt in that top spot with 39.12. Ron Johnson, our day one leader, with 26 pounds yesterday, backing it up with a smaller limit today of 37.9 two-day total. A new name in the top 5.
Michael Yoder, come on with it.
Coming out of nowhere there. 35.9. Bryant Smith, 33.7. Taylor Watkins, 33.5 unofficially. Josh Ray, 33.2. Getting tight in the middle of that top 10 there. Keith Carson, Dustin Smith, Doug Chapin back. He had bounced out of the unofficial top 10 back in, and Dan Blackert rounding out that unofficial top 10. Of course, everything becomes officially official this afternoon starting at 3:30. That drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough there at Big Toho Marina. And I still think there's going to be a lot of shakeup. You know, Michael Catt's going to be right in the mix, obviously, but you get Ron Johnson catches a big one on the way back to the weigh-in. It's so tight because of those 26-pound bags, right? Like Taylor Watkins having a terrible, tough day today, but 23, almost 24 pounds yesterday gave him that cushion, and that's typical Florida. We see some folks drop big bags, and then you've got to cushion it with a couple decent days most of the time to get that win, but consistency this week could pay off for Michael Catt.
Absolutely, man. Like I say, with that win coming in the way it did, I think we're going to see a lot of juking and jiving. A lot of guys, their patterns kind of changed up today. So I think we'll see some guys come across that stage. They just found them today, were forced to fish new water. Boom, there's Big Belly Kelly. We're going to see some more of those 6-pounders and 7-pounders come across that stage today for sure. And one of the guys that's liable to bring one in is going to be Patrick Walters.
I totally agree with you. And a lot of these guys are due in that last flight close to 5 p.m., 3 hours from now, 4 hours from now. They've got a lot of fishing time left, so you're going to want to watch that weigh-in. But we're going to get back out on the water to somebody we enjoy watching him break things down, and that's Coach Walters, Patrick Walters on Lake Toho.
All day. I mean, I'm gonna go back towards the bank, but I mean, I'm fishing off the bank. Do what now? Oh yeah, I'm still seeing them. The hard part, I mean, I'm not always casting at the fish though. I'm casting at the cover. I mean, it's just such thick grass, it's pretty dang hard to see them. But they're just sitting around it. You just gotta make that right cast, get them fired up. It's first thing in the morning and afternoon, so that's what, waiting on that sucker to kick back on. God, he just come after it. Mm.
From Walters, let's zip back down the Kissimmee chain all the way to the upper end of the Kissimmee River. Michael Catt, your unofficial leader.
Little boat to
Ooh,
boat.
Little boat to boat with Matt Massey.
We got something heavy in this hand, boy.
You know, you just showed me a few minutes ago.
I did show you. I did show you.
The unofficial Waylive app, and Massey showing he's a little shy of 20 pounds on there today and has vaulted all the way up to 14th place after a 9-pound day one. We've seen that with Matt a lot.
Yes.
And he's joked about it. If I could ever put together a good day one, I might be in contention for one of these things. Because he has really strong day twos, it seems.
He does. Yeah, Matt came into this event sitting in 10th. That Progressive
whoa,
AOI.
hey, how you doing? You snuck that one, buddy. Oh, that one's cool.
Be honest, I enjoy my job here at the NPFL. I like watching this. I want to be in the boat with those two guys right now. Slinging around a Carolina rig. They're having a way better time than we are, Fat Cat. You think?
Especially better time than I'm having, sitting here with you, for sure. It's not the same anymore, man. It's not the same. No more back rubs. You don't feed me grapes anymore.
That was only the first
honeymoon's over.
First event of the season. I had them lined up for you, but
214. Gonna call my number 4. Gives me 2 ounces. Pretty fish.
Long and lean on that one.
Long and lean, yeah, man.
Uh-oh. He come off.
You know, of course, we can see all the cameras. We're like the Wizard of Oz in here.
Come on, man.
And a lot of our guys are already having to lock back up that are in that early flight due to the time constraints they're under. And Michael's way down there. Plenty of time. Good bag in the boat. He can just take his time getting back to Big Toho Marina.
Not every lock is the same farther across the country. Some locks you can only get a few in. Some locks will are healthier.
Yeah, the good thing about
2 ounce difference
about this area and with the locking is, you know, somewhere like the Tennessee River or the Arkansas River, you have to worry about barge traffic. Commercial traffic can block the locks.
Yeah, by 2 ounces.
The Red River's that way as well. And Matt Massey hooked up again.
Have mercy.
That's it. Brad Fuller, I'm getting on a plane. I'm going to be sitting here when these guys get here in the morning. This is awesome.
No stud. He's feeding it drag. Come on. Oh. Another behemoth.
There you go.
Ah. What a chunk. I mean, they're buds and everything. They're travel partners and all that, but we're fishing for $50,000. I'd much rather see myself putting that one in the live well. The good thing about it, they're both setting pretty. They're both pushing 20 pounds. So that's a good thing.
For me, the question is, does this spot have the potential for that 25-pound plus bag? Because we're seeing a lot of these fish in the same size range. You know what I mean? Like there's a school, it seems like there's a lot of 3 to 4 pounders. Does it have that 6, 7, 8? I'm sure they're swimming around there, but
at this point, do you need more than 20 pounds a day?
Right.
You know,
I feel like it'll shake out somewhere around that average to win, that 20
So 60
mark.
pounds over or under. Will it be over or under 60 to win?
It'll be right at it.
Right at it.
Look at that alligator. Look at that alligator.
It's a little trick.
You see him?
Look at the alligator, then cast where he was.
Just head up right there. That's a good one.
Everybody fishing with Michael Cat.
No doubt.
He just wanted to show off the cameras. That is a big gator.
There we go. Stay hooked
big.
up, baby.
See?
That feels good.
Oh, big cat
Stay
on
hooked
it
up.
again.
Oh, yeah. Come on, baby. Stay hooked up. Oh. Yeah. Whew. Pop right out of his mouth. Oh God, I love this. That don't get your blood pumping. Oh my gosh. 214 is my smallest.
I'd say she's fixing to go back swimming with her friends.
Say.
I believe that's Michael Yoder close.
That sounds like Michael Yoder hollering.
Takes number
4
out. Oh man. The one I just culled this fish, and now I'm culling him again.
So he's setting.
For all my Palaca boys right there. Hopefully I'll catch one more. Good cull.
That's one thing about Michael being a
One time
St.
catch
John's
one
River.
from my Kentucky boys. Next.
Loves that St. John's River, a lot of current. He certainly understands how it positions these Florida bass, and he is showing us that today.
Is that you? That is you.
Love to see that emotion.
Oh, yeah, man. He's feeling it. Good for him.
I'll let Michael gather his composure, get re-rigged and back out there. He's going to enter it in the way live for us. I appreciate
He's got a
that.
gator on.
What?
Yeah, he caught a gator. He's throwing that deep plug.
Michael Yoder.
What is
I
happening
would expect
right
it to be anybody else other than Michael Yoder catching an alligator.
We thought that was Rick, but it's Michael Yoder.
Keep him over that way. Once he hits the top, dude, you're gonna break off. I've caught gators for years.
I wonder if Yoder's going to try
Once
to
you
scoop
get to the
this
top,
thing.
he's gonna make a run and he's gonna burn that drag up.
Boat flip it. You won't do it.
Well, don't bring him over here.
Whatever you do, keep him away from my fish.
Yeah, no doubt.
So he's saying keep.
Don't get him all wound up and then release him by me.
Yeah.
Yoder tried to put him in a live well, rod locker.
Live scoping gators.
Take that thing, bag on Texas rub on it, smoke it, shoot them.
I just love how committed he is to fighting.
I know, yeah.
He caught that damn thing that was out there.
It's as big as that boat. Gonna need a bigger skeeter.
Yeah, just take him that way. I don't know. I'm fishing for a lot of money, Bubba. I'd just break his ass. Oh, oops. Didn't mean to say it like that, but.
You all right, Michael?
Michael, you're saying what we're thinking in the
Exactly,
studio.
buddy.
I understand why Yoder's wrestling with a gator.
That was mine.
It's making great TV. We love it.
Look, went to the top. Oh!
Fat Cat, I tried to prematurely.
It's a gar.
Oh. I tried to prematurely call the hot mess of the day, but we haven't.
This is definitely the hot mess of the year.
Fat Cat Newton hot mess.
And you foul hooked it.
I think 4 or 5 foot long at least.
Big.
Oh, here we go.
Look, Michael's hooked up.
Feels good.
What is happening right now?
It's the greatest spot in the world. That's what's happening.
What the heck's going on here? Oh, that ain't even the damn. Don't show that.
He said, "Don't show that."
There's so much going on.
I was like, "What is this?"
He's still fighting.
Doesn't even feel right. Embarrassing moment for me.
His fingers cut off.
I caught a big stick and it was turning under the water, so I thought it was like trying to head shake.
It is just a big gar.
But he started feeling weird when it wasn't doing anything.
The struggle is real right now.
Bless his heart.
Michael Yoder, I would like to point out on our last leaderboard update, unofficially, Michael Yoder in the top 5 as well.
Yes.
What do you have right now?
Matt Massey tried to get in that top 10.
Well, don't you think it's time for you to go now?
LOL, but seriously?
That is true. Don't even, I wouldn't let him. No. I ain't worried about it, bro.
Yeah, I think the roommates are talking if Massey leaves.
I am and I'm not.
Yoder may slide in there.
Here we go.
As well.
Oh, that was probably some little spunk. He ripped me off, huh? Look, I'm wacky rigging.
Just having fun, man.
Buddy.
Did you ask me if I had a 20? No, not yet.
We've got to take a quick break and check in with our
I
sponsors.
don't want to leave
here.
the action.
We'll catch back up with you guys here in just a few minutes, and we're going to check back in uninterrupted coverage with Taylor Watkins as we go to commercial break. We haven't seen Taylor in a little bit, and we'll get back out to Michael Catt shortly after a word from our sponsors on the other side. We'll see you with some more NPFL Live.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
I'm Doug Chapin, and this is how I fish fully loaded.
Serving the marine industry since 1980.
That's 42 years.
ProGuide Lithium, power perfected.
Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com or your local ProGuide dealer.
Are you looking to install your own fishing electronics? Well, the Bass Tank is here to help you. The solution is the Bass Tank Power Harness. It takes the guesswork out of installation. No more voltage issues or interference. Designed by an engineer so that you can get professional results right there in your own garage. Installation done right with the help of the Bass Tank Power Harness. You can feel confident knowing that your installation was done right. The Bass Tank Power Harness. Give us a call or order yours today at thebasstank.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
Welcome back to Lake Kissimmee, the Kissimmee chain of lakes. Made the long run down to Kissimmee today. Started the day in second place in both the tournament standings and the Progressive Angler of the Year.
Our area is pretty well, I guess, blown out. I come back to check it one more time. The fish have moved up in this little ditch, but they absolutely refuse to bite. Like, I've had a couple bites and I set the hook on them and have them for just a second and they come off, or they steal half of my worm or the whole worm. They're just not in a feeding mood. I don't know, I guess, I mean, the water's not really dirtying up too awful bad. Like, it's still got good clarity. I don't know. I don't know what to do, really. I mean, this is really all I've got. I'm gonna fish down this little stretch one more time, and then we're just gonna go hoping, I guess. I don't know, just go look for something new. I tried that a little bit earlier and had one decent bite and lost it, but I don't know. That's part of the game. This is the game we play, you know. Don't always work out in your favor, but you just got to do everything you can to survive the days like this and be willing to fight the next day, you know. So, I mean, really just one good bite would really help a lot. I think I got about 9 or 10 pounds of, you know, 5 or 6 pounder would keep us somewhat in the hunt, I think, but I don't know. It's not the day that I had hoped for, that's for sure, so far. But it's not over, so we're gonna keep plucking away and hopefully we'll find a couple before the end of the day.
Good look at Taylor there, who's unofficially, with our Way Live app, still in the top 10. Not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. He's got himself on the Way Live at 33.5 unofficially, and we got Michael Catt at 40 pounds. Ron Johnson in second with 37, so not far out of just being in it still. Like he said, a 5 or 6 pounder goes a long way. I know he's got a late day. He mentioned that last night on the phone. Doesn't have to go to the lock like we've already seen some of our guys having to lock back through. So Taylor Watkins with a lot of time, but you can hear the frustration that it did not go exactly to plan today with this weather. But someone that always has a plan and sticks to it, Coach Walters. We're going to check back in with Patrick Walters up on Toho.
Let's roll. We gotta go make something happen. A little afternoon push.
All right, good talk.
Hey, we got a good 2 coals right here. We got a decent little bag. I mean, enough to, to maintain check route, but we need a big one to maintain top 10 route. That's all we're missing is one good one. Take me a leak real quick and then let's run some shell.
The coach is.
This is all he's gonna be doing now, running and gunning, right?
And just looking for one bite, just one bite. So as he moves, we're gonna move over to Georgia's Trent Palmer. Okay, you're welcome, Trent. Feel like we
manifested that one.
Without a doubt.
That one that missed it earlier was like a freaking 4 pounder. Okay. Well, we got 5. Now I'm gonna literally do this the rest of the day because if it gets bites, it's big ones every time. Every time this thing gets bit, it's a good fish. That first one that came right there, he walked it for probably about 10 feet, missed it. I threw up there and I just saw like a shadow come up underneath it.
A bit of that spook.
Let's see some top water action. Come on.
Not a giant, but 5 lets me gamble now. Oh God.
So it's so interesting to me for just joining us. Trent Palmer, Patrick Walters, roommates, great friends. They started in the same area. Patrick was able to get a limit pretty quick this morning. Trent lost a big one, and once that happened, the wheels kind of fell off for him. And we're just now at 1:35, 1:36 in the afternoon, seeing him put his 5th one in the boat. That's got to be. And I've been in that situation next to somebody that's just catching them, but it's so frustrating. But these areas have a ton of bass in them, and he knows that. And now he's saying when he gets bit on this walking bait, it's always a good one. So he's going to keep it in his hand for the rest of the day. He doesn't have a lot of run time. He's on Toho, so I still think we'll see Trent shake things up before the day's out.
Yeah, I agree, man. Definitely has a breath of fresh air. You can hear it, see it, and he got a pep in his step. He feels it. And he has the experience to know, like, hey, there's something to this.
Getting word that the skinny dog has checked back in. I feel like he's going to be at a burger place or something like that by now. This time of the day, he's fixing to shut her down. Let's check back in one last time with James Worldwide Watson.
All right, Fat Cat, Luke, you guys living large up there in a studio, but we're out here getting blown away by the wind. And I think that's going to play a big role in today's offshore fishermen. The guys are mixing it up a bunch today, seeing a lot more guys tight to the weeds, kind of the weed line like we are now. And I think the wind definitely is going to jack that up. So we'll see if it makes a big difference in the scoreboard today. The guys are going to start trickling in. Actually, the first flight's in at 3 o'clock, and then we start the live weigh-in and see Big Al put down the boom with the big bass at 3:30. So it's going to be offshore. Is it going to be in the weeds? We don't know. We're going to find out.
We got time.
In other words, he's going to eat chicken wings.
Yeah.
He's going to have lunch number 3.
And have a cold beer somewhere.
Absolutely.
I swear half of it,
Watch a movie.
We kind of had a little bit of cloud cover this morning. I swear half the reason this bite happens is just because I think the sun gets them positioned up to feed those bluegill. But we're going to try to just snake our way through all this, and we'll.
I love to give James a hard time, just like you do. We're all good friends.
That
Known
middle
each other a
line
long time.
is what we ran earlier. Since we just got bit here, might as well run this inside line and just see what happens.
But he's brought it today.
Yeah,
Details
and frog action.
And listen, he's covered the length of the Kissimmee chain today. He's been running around out there,
he has.
putting in the work. So we appreciate him and all of our crew out there on the water.
How much cleaner the water is in here too. See that? Like just that outside edge when it came in was just mud still. This water's a lot cleaner. It's got hydrilla back there that filters it.
Palmer trying to make a bid to stay in that top 10 going into Showdown Saturday, but we're going to jump back down the Kissimmee chain to somebody that's making a bid for a shield going into Showdown Saturday, and that's the big cat, Michael Cat. On the prowl, as you said. I like that.
He done turned the switch on now. The hat on backwards, he's ready for action.
So I'm throwing to 18 foot of water and letting it go all the way to the bottom, and I'm bringing it back up to 10 foot.
That's the top of the ledge.
Yep.
It's 10 foot.
It's 10 foot. And where we're sitting here is about 6 foot right here. So it's a small decrease, and then it just falls off. But see, like right now I'm in the mud. I'm in like 17, 16 foot of water, and I still haven't hit it yet. Right there. Look, he ate me. He still got me. Oh, yes. Let that be my baby. Let this one be it. Here, yes, sir. Come on, please, Mama. Oh, I need you. Here we are.
Dialed.
Here we go. Come on, baby. Please, Lord, let me get this fish. Please, Lord, let me get this fish. Stay down. Oh my gosh, she's a giant. I gotta wear her down. Oh, come on, baby, come on. Lord, let me have this fish.
Come on, man. Keep the rod tight.
Come here, baby. Yes!
Gosh, man.
Thank you, Lord. Oh, she's got it bad too, boy. She got it way down there.
You let her have it for about an hour and a half.
He was doing
I was waiting for him to set the hook, yeah.
I'm shaking so bad. Whew.
I ain't gonna lie, I went about 30 seconds without breathing.
Oh. That's for my Kentucky boys. Barrett, Josh, you guys know who you are. Oh my gosh, look at me, I'm shaking. I'm so bad.
You catch them like
This
this,
one definitely.
you get to give all the shout outs you want.
No
Michael
doubt.
Number 3. 4-7, guys, 4-7. I don't know if you got all that on film or not, but I was literally instructing how I was doing things and how I'm approaching this to make everything work. And this is what you get.
Textbook. Killed it, buddy.
Beautiful, beautiful largemouth. Number 4 came off again.
I hate to steal from you, but the cat is on the prowl.
Cat
Number
is
4
on the
doesn't like
prowl.
my foot, apparently.
And as the day goes on, the friskier he gets, too, boy.
Matt.
I'd say we're over 20 now.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Number 3. Oh, whoops.
Yeah, man, he's sitting there breaking it down, giving us the juice. All of a sudden, Big Belly Kelly showed up and climbed on.
You ain't supposed to be coming off. Woo! Well, I set out to do what I needed to do. I did it. I still got time. I really don't know what I want to do right this second. I have a little over 20 pounds and this can happen.
Look over your other shoulder.
That's what this sport is all about. That's what live coverage is all about.
So bad. I think I'm gonna sit here and protect the spot for the rest of the day. I'm gonna eat a sandwich.
It's a smart move by Michael because that consistency can absolutely win
Drink
this
a cold
thing.
drink.
Yes.
If he carries that weight again tomorrow, gets anywhere close to that, he's going to have a chance to lift his first NPFL shield over his head in the home state. Man, it's awesome to see. Eat you a sandwich, Michael. We'll see you tomorrow for sure.
Boys, we got over 20 pounds. And I can't be more blessed. I should have had 20 pounds a long time ago.
There's so
Might
many.
fish a little bit longer, but I got to guard this spot for the rest of the day till time to leave.
And some coverage issues there a little bit, but he's saying he's going to guard it. He's going to have a sandwich, have a cold drink, and we'll see him on live tomorrow for sure.
And
most likely, the way it's looking right now, going in at our leader on Showdown Saturday. We're going to jump back up to Toho to Coach Walters. Whoop. Okay. Danger hooks, trouble hooks.
You got to watch him. He's out head hunting. He's got a good limit. He said he's just trying to find a good kicker fish to go along with that.
Suckers appeared out of nowhere.
Solid limit.
Powerful. right there. They're way too close.
Look at that wad of rods on the front deck.
I don't know if they're sitting in this hole or if I just drew them to me. There's just like 6 of them just swimming around us. Trying to find the big one. Got those look good right there. Look decent.
Last look out on the Kissimmee chain here, live with Patrick Walters up on Lake Toho. Spent all of his day up there. We've got them scattered about the chain. I think more than half of our crowd today went down to the Kissimmee area. And welcome back one last time to the NPFL Live Studios. We're trying to wrap things up here, Fat Cap. I'm speechless. What an afternoon! Like it was a grind. I hate when fishermen say that. You and I, we joke about that a lot, but it has been. Our live coverage today, the guys they caught a few early, but then we had some lulls. But this afternoon, holy cow, man, we have had live action to say the least.
No doubt about it, man. Michael Catt. I mean, it's been the Michael Catt show.
It has been for sure.
Matt Massey's still in some of the limelight. Didn't even have a camera on the boat, but we saw his action from Michael Catt's boat. And, buddy, they're on him.
And he's estimating he's got around 20 pounds. We got Michael Catt over 20 pounds. We've seen Michael Yoders in that same area. He's shot up into that unofficial top 5 as well. I hate to say things like this, but that's the winning area.
Yes.
I mean, hands
what we've
down.
seen so
from
far,
what we've seen so far, somebody may come in that's outside of our coverage area, right? We've got 5 guys, the top 5 we covered today. Somebody could come in with 30 pounds that had a great day yesterday. Somebody could have 25, whatever. We could see a big bag and knot this thing up a little tighter. But that consistency, Michael, almost 21 pounds yesterday, just an ounce shy. Today he's saying he's got over 20 again. We saw him lose 2 fish in the 4-pound class. You see Ron Johnson with the 26-pound bag yesterday, but today,
nowhere near it.
Nowhere near it.
Nowhere near it.
Area completely blown out.
Taylor Watkins, the same thing.
Same deal.
Dude, let's go down the line. We can talk about Trent Palmer. We can talk about Patrick Walters.
Yeah,
Patrick Walters does
insert
have a
name
good
here, basically, yeah.
And one thing that we're hearing from those group of guys, the one key word that we're hearing is wind, wind, wind. But they're protected down there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what direction it blows from. In my opinion, they're good to go as long as that current flow stays what it is. I think Michael Catt's going to be hard to handle tomorrow on Showdown Saturday. It's Florida, big bass swim everywhere. Anything can happen. But man, what an impressive afternoon.
You're also talking about he's a long ways from home. That's one thing too. You get down there, you load the live well up. You're a long ways from home. He does seem dialed in. He seems confident, bro. He just gave us a tutorial. He gave us a clinical on what he was doing, how he was doing, everything. Boom.
Catches one of his best fish of the day. Just
absolutely.
Completely calm, cool, and collected in that situation. And like you mentioned, a long ride. He's making the furthest ride of anybody really in that top 5, all the way down to the bottom end of Kissimmee. You and I sat at this desk at our final event last year, giving Brandon Perkins the Angler of the Year.
Yeah.
we go off live. Okay, this is how it's going to shake out. Brandon has a mechanical failure, doesn't make it back to weigh-in, doesn't win Angler of the Year. So anything can happen. Anything can happen. It's all going to become officially official this afternoon. But let's take a look one last time at the unofficial leaderboard here as we wind up our day on the Kissimmee Chain of Lakes. The Way Live leaderboard brought to you by Beat Down Mounts. Look at those shields. The golden shield there on the right, the Progressive Angler of the Year, and the red, white, and blue shield that we give away to the winner of every event here on the National Professional Fishing League. Somebody's going to take home both of those tomorrow on Showdown Saturday. Michael Catt, unofficially, 41 pounds, 10 ounces in the lead. Ron Johnson, 37 pounds, 9 ounces, but largely on the strength of a 26-pound first day. What's his Showdown Saturday going to look like? You know what I mean? He is riding the strength of that first day. Bryant Smith, another picture of consistency, a lot like Michael Catt in that 19 pounds yesterday. Another great stringer today. Michael Yoder has shown up to the party. Taylor Watkins still in there. He's frustrated, but unofficially at the end of the day, I think he's still going to be around for sure. Scott Siller, Keith Carson, the Florida veteran angler. Nobody wants him around on Showdown Saturday, I can assure you, in that
competitor-wise.
Competitor-wise. We love having some Keith Carson on camera. Josh Ray, Dustin Smith, and John Hookup Soakup sliding in to that unofficial top 10 as we wind down the day. We're going to take a look at the most important race this week, the Progressive Angler of the Year race. And today, from what we've seen unofficially, Gary Atkins, who came in with the lead, had a little over 20-point lead today over Taylor Watkins after day one of the event. Taylor has had a tough day, but Gary's catching them, and I think that Gary is really in the driver's seat going into Showdown Saturday, the final day of the year, and is going to get to hoist that golden shield. Unless something crazy happens.
Unless something crazy happens, I'm with you. Unless something crazy happens, like you just said, we've seen it happen before, but it's set up to be his as of right now.
And what a year he has had. I mean, you look
second half of the season, dude, he locked the hubs and dumped the clutch, son.
Absolutely.
He done pulled away.
107,000 in earnings, but you look right there, Taylor Watkins, 111,000. He's actually won more cash than Gary, but Gary just a little bit more consistent through a couple of the events. I think Taylor, he kind of kicks himself over Lake Hartwell. He had a 75th place, very uncharacteristic for Taylor there at Hartwell. He's telling me last night, he goes, man, I just wish I had that one to do over again, and this might be a completely different story. But Gary has absolutely been a picture of consistency, and the Kissimmee chain showing out. Fall in Florida, we had our questions, but man, it's been a lot of fun.
Oh, dude, fun. Like you said, we have one more good day, a few more hours left today, another good day tomorrow, but the entire season so far been phenomenal, and we really are going to end the season with a bang.
No doubt about it. That is for sure. We can promise you more drama.
Or should I say a boom goes the dynamite?
I think you should. I think you should indeed say that. One thing's for sure, you're going to want to tune into that drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough starting at 3:30 p.m. this afternoon there from the Big Toho Marina. You're going to want to tune in for the boom to see if any of those behemoths that Fat Cat promised come across the stage. We're going to kick things off again right here from the NPFL Live studio at 8 a.m. Eastern Time in the morning. Get your Black Rifle coffee. Get ready to blast off with us in the morning for more live coverage. The last Showdown Saturday of the year, we're going to crown a Progressive Angler of the Year. We're going to crown a champ. We're going to hand out $50,000 to the winner, a big cardboard check, and we hope we're going to share some big Florida bass with you tomorrow on live. Be sure to be here, tnpfl.com. I'm Luke Duncan for Fat Cat Newton. I almost called myself Fat Cat right there. James Worldwide Watson on the water, all of our crew. We appreciate you guys tuning in, and we'll see y'all bright and early in the morning. Here we go. Stay hooked up, baby. That feels good. Stay hooked up. Oh, yeah. Come on, baby. Stay hooked up. Yeah. Woo.
Yes.
Let that be my baby. Let this one be it. Here. Yes, sir. Come on, please. Oh, here we are. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, baby. Please, Lord, let me get this fish. Please, Lord, let me get this fish. Stay down. Oh my God, he's a giant. We're down. Come on, baby, come on. Lord, let me go. Yes! Lord. Oh, she's got it bad, people. She got it way down. I'm shaking so bad. That's for my Kentucky boys. Barrett, Josh, you guys know who you are.